Please be seated.
Committee of the Whole.
Honourable members, I'd like to call Committee of the Whole to order. Committee of the Whole has under consideration Bill 52, the Recall Act. It's the first time it's being discussed in Committee of the Whole. Are there any members that would be willing and wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm happy to rise today and discuss Bill 52, the Recall Act, in the Committee of the Whole. And first of all, I'll commend the government for bringing forward Bill 52, the Recall Act, so that we can actually have an opportunity as MLAs to be held accountable by the people that voted us in, not just every 4 years, but any time a certain percentage of the electorate feels that there may be a need to recall us or hold us to account, that this bill will provide that opportunity. So again, I support the bill, but there's some problems with the bill that I think we can correct with some amendments here. So I'll start with putting forward an amendment here right now. We'll kick this off.
Honourable Member, this is a 3-page amendment. This will be known as Amendment A1, and I will ask you to read it into the record.
Okay, I shall read this into the record. It is a very lengthy amendment, but I shall go ahead. I move that Bill 52 Recall Act be amended as followed. In Section 1.1, in Clause C, by striking out "or a recall vote," and by striking out Clause R. In Section 2.3b, 2b, by striking out "for the purposes of Sections 11.4 and 16.4 as applicable," and substituting "for the purpose of the Section 11.4. In the heading for Division 3 of Part 1, by striking out "recall vote authorized," and substituting "recall petition successful." In Section 8.1, by striking out "a recall vote is authorized," and substituting "a recall petition is successful." By adding the following immediately after Section 8, result of a successful petition. 8.1.1, if the Chief Electoral Officer determines in accordance with Section 8 that a recall petition is successful, A, the individual named as a member in a recall petition is considered to have been recalled on the day that the Chief Electoral Officer provides notice of that result under Section 9A, and effective on that day, the individual is no longer a member of the Legislative Assembly, and for the purposes of Section 32.1 of the Legislative Assembly Act, the seat to which the individual was elected as a member of the Legislative Assembly is considered to be vacant. And 2, for greater certainty, an individual who is subject to a successful recall under Section 1 is not considered to be ineligible to be a candidate in an election conducted for the purpose of the vacancy arising due to that successful recall. F, by striking out Sections 15 and 21, G in Section 22.1, and then 1 in Clause C, 2, by striking out "or a recall vote," and 2, by striking out a Clause G and substituting the following. G, recall advertising period in respect of a recall petition means the canvassing period. H, in Section 22.3, by striking out "or a recall vote." I, in Section 23.1, by striking out "or a recall vote" wherever it occurs. J, by striking out Section 39.1 and substituting the following. 39.1, the Chief Financial Officer of a third party who is registered under Section 23 shall, in respect of a recall petition, file a third-party recall advertising return with the Chief Electoral Officer within 4 months after the date on which the canvassing period for that recall petition ends. Pardon me. K, by striking out Section 41 and substituting the following. 41. The Chief Financial Officer of a third party whose recall advertising expenses exceed the prescribed amount shall, in respect of a recall petition, file an audited financial statement with the Chief Electoral Officer within 6 months after the date on which the canvassing period for that recall petition ends. L, in Section 41.2, by striking out "after the polling day established for the purposes of the recall vote or following the earlier withdrawal, conclusion, or termination of a recall petition or a recall vote shall," and substituting "after the withdrawal, conclusion, or termination of a recall petition shall," And then an M in section 43.2 by striking out or a recall vote wherever it occurs. N in section 47.3, I by striking out recall petition and any related recall vote or process and substituting recall petition and any related process. And 2, by striking out clause D and substituting the following. D, between the day that the Chief Electoral Officer issues a recall petition and the day that the Chief Electoral Officer provides notice of the results of the recall petition under Section 9A, a writ of election is issued. O in Section 52B by striking out or of a recall vote under Section 19. P in Section 55.2. 1 in Clause C by striking out or 16. And 2 in Clause D by striking out or 15.1 or 3. Q in Section 59 by striking out or 18. R in Section 69.2 by striking out recall vote end. So there we have it, the amendment that I'm proposing to help Bill 52 be a lot more effective and a lot more fair for Albertans to recall their elected officials. So obviously this is a very involved amendment. It covers many sections of the bill. And the purpose of this amendment is to remove what we consider, or what actually is, a double vote that is required to recall an MLA to be removed. Under the current draft of the legislation, there is something called a recall vote. Now that's of course different than the by-election that would ensue somebody being recalled. So what that means is after that point of a successful petition, an already extremely difficult feat, there is the vote by the riding in question to accept the petition. And then if that vote is successful, there's another vote in which the by-election will be held in the riding. So again, this creates 2 complete votes in order to actually have a recall petition successful. So you can see with the amendment I tabled, we are moving the references to the recall vote. So I guess what I'm not sure of is where this idea even came from, because a lot of this bill is mannered after the BC legislation, recall legislation. It's pretty much a carbon copy of the BC legislation, but somehow, somewhere along the way, the government decided to add a whole extra vote, basically an extra election almost, to the whole process. And so what it has done is it's added a layer of difficulty to this process. Now, when we look through the public submissions from the citizens panel on recall, we don't see any suggestion of this needed to happen. So there wasn't any public that actually asked for this to happen. So again, we're not sure where it came from. So for a government that wants to receive credit for reducing red tape, it's unclear how this would be consistent with reducing red tape. Now, we agree with the objective of course, removing red tape, but this does not do that. It actually increases red tape. And it's interesting because this extra measure provides extra protection, which is probably a more accurate description of what this does. It adds extra protection. And it doesn't apply to other levels of government that are governed by this bill. So it's actually interesting that the MLAs get this protection, but other levels of government that are affected by this legislation don't actually have this double vote process to get to the end result of a recall. So I do want to commend the government for extending recall to municipal officials, trustees, and so forth. But if we're going to do that, if we're going to extend this bill to other levels of elected officials, we should at least have the same rules for all of us. We as legislatures have the opportunity to govern these other levels of government, and of course we bring in this recall bill, and we're here to debate this and discuss this and pass this as MLAs. But for some reason we've taken the opportunity to give ourselves an extra layer of protection over the other people that are affected by this bill. So I'm kind of wondering how the government is going to explain this. It would be interesting to hear the reasoning, and because I know what will happen when I go back into my community and talk to the local elected officials. They'll be asking this very same question: why do you have a special protection in this bill that we don't have? I mean, it just hardly seems fair. And if you think your local council won't notice, I want to encourage everybody to remember that we're dealing with competent, highly political people that will notice these things. And I would say that many probably have already noticed that this bill does the most to protect MLAs and much less to protect other elected officials and other levels of government. And I think the media has already pointed this out many times already too. So it's out there, and I think rightly so. I think it's something that needs to be needs to be considered. Now, I would like to remind all members of this House that this bill is very clear that the MLA being recalled can indeed, if they wish, stand for re-election in the by-election. So it doesn't actually, once the recall process is finished, this complicated, long and drawn-out process is finished, if it's successful, the person being recalled, the MLA, can actually still run in the by-election if they so choose. So that's something to keep in mind too. So why are MLAs the most protected class of elected officials in this document? Well, I think we have to ask ourselves morally how we feel about voting to give ourselves more protection than other public officials. And I think there's anything less appropriate than being here to take care of myself as an MLA first and foremost, and not considering other levels of government that would be affected by the same bill. I think as MLAs we already have significant privilege. We all have offices that help us with our communications and everything, and a lot of these other levels of government don't have that opportunity to have that kind of staffing working for them. So I don't think we should be using this platform to defend ourselves. And so how much thought has gone into the impact of this on the actual citizen? First of all, they have to sign a petition. They have to vote to accept the petition. Then, if successful, then they go to the polls and vote in the by-election. So this also has a huge impact on the timeline for recall. Currently, the government can use this bill to keep MLAs in the House for 33 months out of the typical 48-month time period. So basically what we have the time that the people can sign a petition. That's a limited amount of time. And then there's the time to have the recall vote, which is, I believe, a 6-month period. And then there's the 6-month period for the by-election to be held. So when we look at that process, that's over a year right there. And of course, this bill keeps MLAs, the process from starting from the first 18 months after being elected. And of course, it can't be implemented in the last 6 months. That has to be finished before the 6 months before the next election. So obviously this time frame is expanded out, and it leaves very little window for this to actually happen in between the two, the beginning date and the end date that this bill has. And of course, I think that just adds, well, it just gives an opportunity for a community or let's say a riding, this constituency that wants to have their MLA recalled. They'll be forced to have that MLA even longer because of this long drawn-out process. And so I think from the perspective of a citizen, I think this I think could be considered extra encumbrance and not even really fair, actually. You have an MLA that's not doing their job, not representing your interests, and then they get to keep their job until the election. So again, by extending that period of time, I think that's problematic. And so when I look at what the members of the UCP voted in their AGM in 2020, but policy 19, nowhere in here does it say anything about having this extra layer of vote. In fact, it talks about timelines in here where it talks about how many days it would take to they would have to collect signatures, and then it has how many days before a by-election should be called. And that's, I believe that's a total of 6 months. And of course, this process here that's in this bill is actually more like 15 months, 14 or 15 months through that process. So this doesn't follow in line with member-passed policy. It doesn't follow in line with the BC recall legislation that seems to be modeled after in a large part, and I don't think it makes I don't think it's fair either, because of obviously how it affects different elected officials differently. And so I suggest that we should vote for this amendment, keep this bill. Like I say, this is a really good thing to start with, to be able to have this recall initiative before the legislature. But I think we need to make it simpler, less red tape, less time consuming, less costly, and more effective for the people that feel that they need to recall their MLA. So again, I encourage everybody to support this amendment. Thank you.
Other members wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whitewood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's a pleasure to rise in Committee of the Whole on Bill 52 and speak to the amendment brought forward by the member from Central Peace Notley. Madam Chair, I had the pleasure of sitting as a member of the Select Special Committee, Democratic Accountability Committee, and hearing a lot of the feedback that was being provided by stakeholders, experts. We had written submissions, over the phone submissions as well, and we got a lot of feedback on this. And I understand, of course, that this intention of this bill is to fulfill a election commitment made by the UCP to bring in recall legislation. And we've repeatedly heard the members of the UCP stand up and even prior to the debate on this bill and speak about how important recall is in order to allow citizens and allow Albertans to have a direct voice in holding their elected officials to account. And in fact, even as this bill was introduced in this House during second reading, the Minister of Justice spoke about how important it is that, Albertans put a lot of faith, I believe he said, in their elected leaders and elected representatives, have a great responsibility to the very Albertans who elect them, and this is why they should be, that anyone elected to office is held accountable if they fail to live up to their duties between elections. So it sounds like there is a strong commitment in principle from the UCP to the concept of recall and being able to, for Albertans to use their voices to speak, to remove an elected official who is not, in the elector's belief, acting in accordance with either what their commitments were or the values that their constituents hold. But yet what we see here, Madam Chair, and I will say as a member of that committee that heard the recommendations being brought forward by the government members, we see that this is once again a commitment only in word by this government and not actually in action. Because by bringing forward a recall process that is far more stringent, that has so many more steps and hoops to jump through, this government has essentially made recall impossible. And I was surprised because that is not what this government campaigned on. They campaigned on a commitment to allow Albertans to be able to recall their elected officials. Instead, what they brought in was a near impossible process to actually recall an elected official. And let's be clear, an MLA, because as pointed out by the member from Central Peace Notley, there are two different processes that exist in this legislation. Depending on what level of government you are elected to, according to the UCP, it should be easier to recall school board officials and municipal officials, but however, if you're an MLA, perhaps a UCP MLA, they want to make it near impossible to do. So I want to describe why I actually stand in support of this amendment brought forward by the member for Central Peace Notley to remove what is an additional step. Now, as it's laid out in Bill 52, in order for an MLA to be recalled, there is a process that requires a very high threshold of electors to sign a petition. 40% of eligible electors in that riding must sign a petition within 60 days, a very short period of time. 40% of electors must sign this petition. Then a recall vote must be held, which is where the electors in that riding get to vote on whether or not to recall that individual, even though they've already gathered 40% of electors on a petition. And then there will be a by-election. And there are also time limits within the Bill 52. So a recall petition process cannot begin until 18 months, at least 18 months after an election, and cannot be held up to 6 months up to the next general election. So if you do the math there, Madam Speaker, in a regular 4-year term, that really means that there is a 2-year window within which 40% of electors need to sign a petition and 2 elections need to be held. That means that riding could actually, in that 4-year period of time, be looking at 4 elections in 4 years. 2 of which would have to be held within a 2-year window. Not only is that, the member for Central Peace Notley called that red tape. I don't call that red tape. I actually think that's impossible to achieve. And in fact, we have not seen any jurisdiction in which that level of recall process has been successful. I repeatedly have heard members from this government stand up and say that what they support is the BC model for recall. Well, first of all, let's be clear that in the BC model for recall, it's actually not ever once been successful in recalling an elected official. There's one elected official who looked like there was a likelihood that the petition would be successful and therefore that MLA resigned. But that process that they have in place in BC has actually never successfully ended up in a recall of an elected official. And yet, what we're seeing here in Bill 52 is not only, it's actually more stringent than what has taken place in BC. It's added that additional recall vote process in between. That is absolutely intended to, on paper, look like this government is committed to recall, but in action, it will be virtually impossible for Albertans to exercise their right. And I believe that that's a fundamental break in trust, once again, from this government by holding out that they are committed to certain things and then hoping that Albertans won't notice when they're doing something very different. So in that committee, members of the opposition were surprised and expressed their surprise that the government members would want to bring forward a much more challenging process to actually recall elected officials. So I believe if the point of this exercise is to have a process similar to what's in BC, then we should do what's happened in BC, which was that they don't require a 2-step vote within a 2-year window. And I want to be clear, too, that even within that 2-year window, according to Bill 52, only once that successful petition has been received, then that by-election must be held within 6 months. So it could be held anytime you're adding another 6-month window of time within that limited 2-year process. The UCP has set up a recall process that will never be successful, and I believe that is intentional. I believe that is the purpose by which they've introduced this process. I've yet to hear a logical explanation as to why they would want to make recall more difficult than any other jurisdiction in Canada when no other jurisdiction in Canada has even been successful in recalling an elected official through the processes they have. So I support this amendment for that very purpose. I think it's an opportunity for the government to live their values, to step forward and actually do what they claim to be doing, which is allowing Albertans to be able to recall an elected official. And let's be clear, having to already get 40% of eligible electors in a district to sign a petition in 60 days is very difficult. That is not going to be an easy feat. And in fact, in many jurisdictions, in many ridings, and in many, compared to many previous elections, 40% is already higher than the average voter turnout. We've seen many. That's true, it could be, we'll see what happens in Calgary-Lougheed. But that's very much a live issue here. 40% voter turnout, eligible electors, is actually higher than many provincial ridings see in a provincial election. So it is already, and we can get to that point later, Madam Chair, which I know we will from the official opposition, to talk about that 40% threshold, which again in committee we argued was too high because again in BC when they only had a 2-step process, that had again never achieved a successful recall. So by having this very high threshold within 60 days to get eligible electors, sign a petition, then have a petition vote, then have a by-election, it is a virtually impossible process. The other reason why I support this amendment brought forward by the member from Central Peace Notley is that I don't agree that there should be a different process for MLAs as there is for school board and municipal officials. Again, we don't see any rationale for that whatsoever. In fact, it appears from Bill 52 that the government is actually trying to make it much easier to recall school board officials and municipal officials. I don't know why they believe that those positions should be easier to be recalled. Maybe given by their conduct on various issues and the way they've treated municipalities and school boards over the last 2 years since they've been elected, it's clear that they have a high level of, this government has a high level of disdain for locally elected officials such as municipal councillors and school board officials. But they've made the process easier to recall them, as well as providing a larger period of time by which to collect those eligible elector signatures on a petition. And we actually heard in the committee, we heard from members of from the AUMA and RMA who spoke about, or they provided written submissions, and we had actually stakeholders as well who spoke to this issue of saying, you know, there's already processes. They didn't necessarily even agree that a recall process should apply to school board officials and municipal elected officials, but they were clear, and not just the RMA and AUMA, but they were all clear that if there was to be a recall process for those locally elected officials, it should be the same as that applies to provincial officials. And yet for no reason that is discernible, there's two different processes that apply in Bill 52. So I do believe at the very least we should be having a similar process for all, because elected officials, no matter what their level of government, had to have earned the trust of their electors and earned their votes and earned their positions. I hear no rationale as to why a lower threshold or an easier process should be applied to recall school board and municipal officials. And on that note, I do want to mention too that in the committee, again, the very abbreviated process of that committee, we never even got a chance to hear from school board officials. We didn't get any feedback because it was never really clear that this was meant to apply to school board officials, I imagine, but we never even heard from them. And I still wonder to this point whether or not the government actually consulted with the Alberta School Boards Association, the PSBA, the Public School Boards Association, the ACSDA, as to what they think should be the right process. Because I want to take this opportunity, Madam Chair, to speak to what I see as a problem within Bill 52 as it applies to school board trustees. And that is that I sincerely hope that the government took the time to look closely at the provisions of the Education Act, which they passed as soon as they were elected in 2019, which changed some of the voting processes for separate school electors. So prior to the Education Act being passed under the School Act, the former School Act, if an individual was a resident of a separate school district, they were only eligible to vote for the separate school board trustee. They were not eligible to vote for whoever was running for the public school board trustee in that same area. They could only vote for whatever district they were a resident of. But under the Education Act, those provisions changed. And there's lots of complicated reasons behind that, but essentially what changed, and it's under Section 74 of the Education Act, it actually sets out now that an individual who is a resident of a separate school district, where there's also a public school district in that area, may choose in an election whether to vote for the separate school trustee position or the public school trustee position. They actually have a choice. And how they exercise that choice, Madam Chair, is really by making a declaration. It's not like eligibility to be a resident or to be an elector in a provincial riding where by virtue of your proof of your residence, where you live, you know which riding you're in. When it comes to whether or not you're a resident of the public school district or the separate school district, it really comes down to your declaration in the moment. When you go to vote, you go to say, which one am I voting for, and in this case, you can even say, I'm a resident of the separate school district, but I would like to choose to vote in the public school election trustee, for that public trustee election. And that's the way it works now under the Education Act, which raises the question about who is an eligible elector for a school board recall election. Because again, Bill 52 is actually silent on this issue. It simply says, under, I believe it is Section 96, 96.5 and 96.6 of Bill 52, it simply says that only an elector who is eligible to vote in the election of a trustee of a board may sign a recall petition. But whoever is eligible to vote in a school board election at the election for that trustee might have at that point, if they're a separate school resident, chosen to vote for the public school board trustee. Maybe that's what they chose. When it comes time to a recall, should they now, let's say there's now going to be a recall petition for a separate school trustee, should they be allowed to sign that petition? How will we know who they voted for and what they claim to be at the time of the election. How do we know who is eligible to be an elector and a school board trustee when for separate school district residents, it's really on who they declare at the moment they vote? So we could very well have a situation where a separate school district resident voted in the public school trustee election, but maybe just really doesn't like the individual who has voted to be the separate school trustee, and they decide to sign their name on that recall petition. Is that a valid signature? I know this is a technical question, but it speaks to the fact that I'm not sure whether or not this government actually consulted with school board trustees on this issue. And this is an important issue. Ultimately, though, I believe it's important that if we're going to have a recall process in legislation, it be fair across all levels of government, and that it is reflective of the commitment that this government made. If they want a recall process that's actually going to be able to recall individuals, what's currently in Bill 52 is not going to do it, and I believe they know that. And so for that reason, I do support this amendment from the member from Central Peace Notley, because I think it is actually aligning with what the government said they were going to do, which is to actually put in a recall process that would still be very difficult to meet with just a petition and a by-election. But by adding that extra step of requiring a recall election and then a by-election, this government has basically guaranteed that no MLA is ever going to be recalled. And that might suit their purposes just fine, Madam Chair. I believe that, as I said, is their intention. But I am going to hold this government to account for what they say, and particularly when what they do doesn't match up, which often is a very busy task, Madam Chair. It's something that we have to do quite often. But I will call them out on this as well, because I think it is very important that they speak to their values and that they be honest with Albertans about this. I don't believe any government member, if they don't agree to this amendment, can stand up and say, promise made, promise kept, as we've already heard this government say over and over again, when they have essentially introduced a recall process that is impossible to achieve. And it is what we heard from stakeholders. It is what the values that this government has espoused over and over again. So I think it is important that we be transparent and accountable. If they really believe in accountability to Albertans, they should be truthful about what the process that has been introduced here. So, Madam Speaker, I urge all the members, particularly those members who might have had the opportunity to also sit on the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee, to reflect on the discussions that we had there, to reflect on the feedback we heard from stakeholders, from municipalities. We didn't even have the opportunity to hear from school board trustees, to think about whether or not this bill reflects the feedback that we heard in that committee process, but also what they heard from their constituents when they made promises about recall legislation and what it would look like. Because I can tell you that if most Albertans were to look at it carefully, and we know many of them are, and I believe because this is an issue that is very central to the values of this government, that many of their constituents, many of their supporters will be looking very closely at this legislation and seeing that it does not meet their words. It does not match what they were promised. And I don't know if this government can afford to once again make more promises and break them. Because they've done it over and over again, and on the central tenets of who they are, they're doing it once again. And that's something that I think is going to just add, Madam Chair, to the snowball that has been this government's performance to date. Failing to keep promises, central of which, of course, is their failure to keep their promises around jobs, the economy, and pipelines. And this is, once again, a distraction. And every time we stand in this House and we debate a bill that has absolutely nothing to do with the fundamental issues that are facing everyday Albertans right now, I am frustrated. And I will continue to express that at every stage. I understand that the Premier had some pet projects he wanted to achieve while he was in power, which we'll see how much longer that is for. But I'm sure he had some pet projects. But sometimes there's greater urgency. And I can't think of a greater urgency than being in the middle of the greatest economic and health crisis this province has seen in generations. And yet here we are dealing with his pet projects. And I understand he's got to bolster his popularity with his base. But his base is not going to be happy to see that what's been tabled today, as it stands without this amendment, is an incredibly unachievable and impossible recall process. And I imagine that, and I'm not going to comment too much on the Premier's own political backroom conversations, but I can certainly imagine that he needs to be making friends with some of those folks right now, and certainly being less than forthcoming on what's actually in this recall legislation and making it so that he himself cannot be recalled and none of the members of the UCP caucus can be recalled because the process is virtually impossible is not going to help him much with his base. But that's, his own political troubles to worry about. And I simply think we should be fair and make sure that all elected officials are subject to the same standards and requirements, and not try to treat ourselves as provincial MLAs as somehow more worthy of protection from recall than any other elected official. So for that, Madam Chair, I will be voting in support of this motion.
Any other members wishing to speak to the amendment? A1, the honourable member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank to my honourable colleague from Central Peace Notley for bringing forward this important amendment. I, too, am going to support this amendment. 3 or 4 reasons. I'll be fairly brief, and I want to focus on what I think is a breach in trust and what Albertans have been saying. First of all, let's start. Since this rough legislation was introduced to the public by the government's announcement a short time ago, as much as Albertans wanted recall, which was a very high level of desire for a recall policy that works, doesn't seem like anyone likes it. The double election, as mentioned, and as this amendment will address, the timeline, the fact that it doesn't copy the BC legislation as claimed, there's many, many reasons that go on to say that. But let's start there. I'm grateful to represent Cypress Medicine Hat for 3 elections, and I hear about recall at the doors all the time. And I know in more rural areas of Alberta and perhaps in southern Alberta, the idea to have elected officials that can make the tough decisions, listen to their constituents, and do what needs to be done is important, but also that check and balance when a government isn't listening, when a government isn't meeting expectations. Important to have that happen. So it's been big. As my honourable colleague mentioned, Policy 19 from the UCP AGM just in the fall of 2020 talks about a recall mechanism, a law that could actually work, that wouldn't just be there first show or to check a box, that could actually work. Talks about 50% plus 1 of the total number of voters who voted in the last election, 120 days to collect the signatures, and the chief election officer calling the election within 60 days. We won't worry about the first 2 contrasts at this point in time, Madam Chair. When we look at the CAO would have 60 days to call the by-election, let's look at how this legislation is drafted by the government. Doesn't meet that. You can't start the process for 18 months. Then you have to get the election signatures for the recall within 2 months. Then the chief electoral officer can call this next election, I guess the recall vote or the confirmation vote, within another 6 months. And then the by-election is 6 months after that. That's 32 months, Madam Chair. It's probably 33 months while you consider the fact that the electoral officer will need some time. There may be a discrepancy. So that's effectively 33 months before Albertans in their constituency can have their voices heard. That's not what Albertans want. And that's why I so applaud what the member from Central Peace Notley has brought forward. It shortens that process by 6 months, making us all more accountable. When you look at the fact that this current legislation as proposed by the government, as you can't recall your MLA in the last 6 months, which I agree with, that leaves the total, somewhere only around 10 or 11 months of a window where you can actually recall your MLA. Madam Chair, that's not what Albertans want. Albertans don't want more red tape, more reduction, more laws that don't work. Albertans want fairness. But if we're going to use the resources And if we're going to use their time and trouble, as the members said, where they have to vote 2 times and sign a petition once, let's make it as fair and as effective as possible. How important it is also. I was honored and had the opportunity to run for the Wild Rose leadership in 2015, and we had several debates. And Madam Chair, I bet you 80% of the time, the very first question was, tell me how much you support recall. Certainly at every debate, it was one of the more important issues. And Albertans didn't come with any definite opinion other than they wanted something that would work. And as both the member from Edmonton-Whitemud and the Edmonton from Central Peace Notley have indicated, we heard the Premier, I think just today, say that this law replicated the BC legislation. But no, it doesn't. In British Columbia, MLAs have not given themselves an extra layer of protection, an extra layer of delay. Why do the 87 of us who were honored to be paid by Albertans to be the voice for 4.4 million Albertans deserve an extra level of protection over school board trustees or councillors? And as the member from Edmonton-Whitemud just told the House, at times the government committee seemed to be lacking in consultation and listening, and I would say the same right back to Policy 19, just at the UCP November AGM. Nowhere in this policy does it say, let's have a confirmation vote or a recall vote. Let's wait 6 more months before we have our democratic right. Madam Chair, I'm grateful that we're finally seeing recall for Alberta people and Alberta voters and Alberta constituents. Madam Chair, our obligation is to make this law fair and effective, and that's why I support this amendment from the Honourable Member from Central Peace Notley. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will keep my comments brief. I will not be supporting this amendment. I will correct the record. The member from Cypress Medicine Hat likes to stand in here and say that it doesn't seem like anybody likes this. While I understand maybe he's talked to a few of his constituents or maybe he's talked to a lot of them, I can tell you one stakeholder that does like this, and that's the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. On their website, on March 15th of this year, headline, recall legislation, a big win for government accountability in Alberta. And it goes on to say, in quotes from the director, Franco Terrazzano, recall legislation is a big win for government accountability in Alberta, and the people are supposed to be the boss of today's recall bill, and that affirms that role, giving us the ability to fire misbehaving politicians outside of elections. He goes on to say, Premier, in the Premier's name, deserves a lot of credit for living up to his campaign promise and making Alberta the second province that gives voters the ability to hold politicians accountable more than once every 4 years. Taxpayers are the boss, and we always deserve the ability to hold our politicians, including councillors and mayors, accountable, and the Premier mentions his name. Recall bill gives us that accountability. Furthermore, going back to this step of having a recall petition and a recall election, if we go back to the committee itself, which the member from Edmonton-Whitemud was a member, and that member stood in this chamber and suggested that there's a lot of merit in this amendment. It says that the CEO of Elections Alberta commented that the additional step of a separate recall election was recommended by the CEO of Elections British Columbia in their report on improving the British Columbia recall process. Madam Chair, I understand that this could be an onerous process, but the purpose to recall is to hold your elected officials accountable, but also set a threshold and processes whereby frivolous recall elections are not entertained. We do have a job to do in this chamber, and that job is to represent our constituents. And I would hope both members on the opposition side and government side take that job very seriously, as I suspect we all do. And I applaud the member from Cypress Medicine Hat for his diligent advocacy for recall, and I share that passion with him. But I will say that to suggest that it doesn't seem like anyone likes this when one of the biggest stakeholders that member has referred to on a number of occasions has applauded the government's move in this bill is slightly unfortunate. So with that, Madam Chair, I'll take my seat, but I will not be supporting this amendment, and I encourage members of the chamber to follow suit.
Just a reminder, honourable member, to table the documents you referenced at the earliest convenience. Are there any other members that are wishing to join debate on Amendment A1? The honourable member for Central Peace Notley.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Chair. Again, appreciate the comments from the member opposite. And obviously, it is good that we have this bill before the legislature. It is good to have this opportunity to have recall legislation. This bill is a good idea. And of course, our members support this. But I think in order for this bill to be effective, I think it needs to be amended. And I don't think there's any need to have a vote, which is exactly what this amendment would fix, so that we would just have one vote. And I think this takes extra time, an extra 6 months into the process. It obviously adds extra costs. The constituents would have to make an extra trip to the ballot box to vote. And again, I don't think it's fair to other elected officials that we have that protection as MLAs, but they don't have that in their case. So again, this is about accountability. And this part of the bill that actually has the vote to have a vote reduces accountability. And I don't think that should be the intent of this bill, which should be to increase accountability. And that's what this amendment does, is it helps increase accountability. Again, this is followed by member-passed policy. And I think there's been reference to the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee on Citizens Initiatives and Recall. And I appreciate that they have made recommendations to this House, but that's exactly what they were required to do, was to, quote, make recommendations. And they've made recommendations. And now I think it's our responsibility in this House to look at those recommendations, look at this bill, and see if we can make it better with amendments. And that's what Committee of the Whole is for, and that's why we're here today, is to look at this bill carefully and try to make a bill better and more effective, and to accomplish the thing that it was meant to do. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to join the debate? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I do want to again extend my appreciation to the member from Central Peace Notley for this proposed amendment to the recall legislation before this assembly. And I do also want to thank all members who have contributed to the debate on Bill 52 as well as on this amendment. You know, Madam Chair, we made a commitment, a platform commitment to put forward a recall legislation. And we have followed through with that particular commitment. That right there is accountability. That right there is doing exactly what you said you are going to do. You know, Madam Chair, the members opposite sit here and they are criticizing some aspects of this recall legislation. But, Madam Chair, the blunt truth is when recall was first proposed in this province by a member of this particular assembly, the members opposite roundly opposed recall legislation. For them, you would not have recall at all. And several members of this opposition are on record during the debate in the previous legislature when that particular bill was introduced. So their hypocrisy is astounding. You can't eat your cake and have it, and you can't speak from two sides of your mouth. You know, so, Madam Chair, and this is what we have come to see from members opposite. They always look for an opportunity to, all of a sudden, wants to speak to the gallery, speak to the camera, and, you know, clip stuff for their Facebook and Twitter pages. That's what they do. They have listening to them in the debate tonight, you would think that these members opposite cares about recall legislation. Far from it. They have no interest. And that is why in all of their platform as a political party, in all of the campaigns that they have run, you would not find anything near recall in them. So please spare us and the people of Alberta this hypocrisy. You know very well that philosophically you do not support the recall legislation. And that is why throughout your history you have never proposed one in this province. And that is why every opportunity you have, you've always, spoken against the idea of a recall. All of a sudden, you want Albertans to believe that you are interested in an amendment. Albertans see the members opposite for what you guys are. And that's why on this particular topic, you have zero credibility. On this particular issue, you have zero credibility. I can see the members from Edmonton South, a member from Edmonton, whining. The member from Edmonton Gold Bar can't help himself. So, Madam Chair, it is unfortunate, and I want to speak to my colleagues from, Central Peace Notley, and my colleagues that have spoken in favor of this amendment. We went through a policy process with respect to the bill before this assembly. The Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee were charged with the responsibility, and I want to thank the chair of that particular committee for leading this particular effort. We heard it from Albertans. Submissions were received. Every single Albertan in this province had the opportunity to provide their input. The amendment put forward by the member from Central Peace Notley was not at any point in time recommended to that particular committee or submitted to that particular committee for consideration. We went through, having received a particular report, I, as Minister of Justice, took it through various member policy committee, took it through cabinet committee, to cabinet and caucus. And this is, the first time I have encountered, this amendment. And so, we made a commitment to model this after the BC recall legislation. Now, it is true that BC doesn't have the third step process, but the chief electoral officer in BC responsible for this legislation and having presided over a few recall process in BC, made the recommendation to the BC government to actually adopt what we have put in this legislation. That three-step process, and the chief electoral officer of this particular province also is in support. So you have two electoral officers in two jurisdictions, one that have put in place a legislation, who have experience with the recall legislation, and then step forward to say, this is an amendment that is required. And that is all that that particular path does. And with respect to the argument, I listened to the member from Edmonton, Whitemud. As always, she stands up before the floor of the particular house and says all kinds of, bold accusations without, that have no substantive bearing on the issue before this particular assembly. Talked about municipalities and school board trustees. The truth is, those two orders of government have got their own legislation that governs the electoral process, that governs the elections. And we consulted with Municipal Affairs, who consulted with them, and in the end, it was determined that the two-part process is most ideal for municipalities and school board trustees. I had no problem whatsoever including them in extending the three-part process to municipalities or school board trustees if there was a single municipality in this particular province that wrote to me as Minister of Justice after carefully reviewing this legislation. Yes, you may have heard some municipalities whine about some of these things in public, but I challenge any of them who wrote to my office to say, we need this change. No municipality, no school board trustee wrote to me as Minister of Justice. So, Madam Chair, on that particular note, I would urge all members, to vote against this amendment, and it is not in keeping with the commitment that we made to Albertans. It is not in line with keeping with the recommendations of the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee, and it is not in line with the recommendations put forward by the chief electoral officers in both Alberta and BC. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The honourable member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Oh, thank you again, Madam Chair. I've actually been able to pull up the Canadian Taxpayer Federation's article on the recall bill here in Alberta, and I'd like to clarify a few things. First of all, like myself and like a lot of the talk here tonight, very, very clearly, they support recall. They are grateful that the government put some effort towards recall forward. But I don't see anywhere in here where they favored an extra layer of protection for MLAs, why the 87 of us should have an extra layer. And if you can indulge me, colleagues and Madam Chair, for 2 or 3 minutes, I'm going to read the last 2 paragraphs. When designing recall legislation, Kenny must make sure the requirements to force a by-election aren't too onerous. Beyond the Reitsma example...
The honourable member for Cardston-Siksika.
This is actually the second time I've called this point of order on that member. We don't use names in this chamber. He's well aware of that. It's a long-standing precedence.
Honourable member.
I'll change that to the Premier. The Premier must make sure the requirements to force a by-election aren't too onerous. There's an example in BC that there hasn't been any, beyond the one example that the honourable member from Edmonton Whitemud spoke of, there hasn't been any successful recall campaigns in British Columbia. This is partly because of BC's onerous requirement to collect signatures for more than 40% of eligible voters in that district in 60 days. Madam Chair, that suggests to me that the Canadian Taxpayers Federation doesn't favour what this government has come up with. The threshold puts British Columbia at the upper limit when compared to American states, where the most common requirement is to have 25% of votes cast in the last election to sign the petition to trigger a by-election. A 25% threshold would be a good starting point for Alberta's recall rules to balance political stability with accountability, and is what the Canadian Taxpayer Federation recommended in our presentation to the Alberta Government's Democratic Accountability Committee. So they recommended 25%, and our bill says 40%. They didn't recommend a recall confirmation vote election to make the process more onerous. The most important thing to remember when thinking about signature thresholds, however, is that it doesn't have to be perfect. Albertans need recall now, and politicians can always tinker with the requirements down the road to make improvements. Madam Chair, that suggests to me that they feel this law is flawed and are hoping for the 87 of us to have the courage to make the changes. Last paragraph, Madam Chair. Recall rules would be a big step towards reaffirming the role of citizens as boss. It's time for the Premier to make good on his promise. It's time for the Premier to make good on his promise and pass recall legislation during the upcoming fall legislative session. Signed by the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. The date. I'm sorry, I will have to get back to you on that. But that was, I believe this is what came out after the government announced their plans for recall and citizen initiative, which was 3 or 4 months ago. I am virtually certain that that's the proximity of when this article was put out. So, Madam Chair, the Canadian Taxpayer Federation, like me, like my honourable colleagues that are speaking for this, want recall. But they want recall that works. They don't want just a box checked. They don't want more hardship for our citizens. They want legislation that's fair and effective. Thank you.
Any other members wishing to? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I just wanted to quickly respond to the member from Cyprus Medicine Hat on his, on their insinuation or allegation that the Canadian Taxpayers Federation does not support this legislation as currently drafted. But Madam Chair, I think it's important that I refer to the honourable member to the March 15th, 2021 news release by the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. And the headline of that news release reads, "Recall legislation, a big win for government accountability in Alberta, March 15th, 2021. And it reads, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation applauded the Alberta government for introducing recall legislation today. Recall legislation is a big win for government accountability in Alberta, said the CTF's Alberta director. The people are supposed to be the boss, and today's recall bill reaffirms that role by giving us the ability to fire misbehaving politicians outside of elections. And he went on to say that the CTF has long advocated for recall legislation and made recommendations to the Alberta government's Democratic Accountability Committee last fall. Leading up to the 2019 provincial election, the CTF called on all parties to commit to recall legislation and extend it to the local level. It concluded by saying that the Honourable Premier of Alberta deserves a lot of credit for living up to his campaign promise and making Alberta the second province that gives voters the ability to hold politicians accountable more than once every 4 years. Taxpayers are the boss and will always deserve the ability to hold our politicians, including councillors and mayors, accountable, and that the Honourable Premier's recall bill gives us that ability. That is the Canadian Taxpayers Federation. I've always urged members of this assembly to always ensure that we focus on the substance of the debate. And we can see that this legislation have got broad support from not just across our province, but across this country. And so, Madam Chair, I would urge all members of this particular assembly to vote down this amendment because, again, it is not in keeping with the commitment that we made to Albertans. It is not in line with the recommendations coming out of BC and the legislation that we have modeled this after. It is also not in line with the recommendations coming out of the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. To my honourable colleagues, September 28th, 2020 appears to be the date. And what I can see from what the Canadian Taxpayers Federation submitted to our committee, they wanted a bill that was more effective than the one in British Columbia. They want a bill that gave the citizens more power. First of all, it appears to be totally silent on this double vote, the recall vote, the vote to have a recall election, or I guess the confirmation vote. But they did state, the Canadian Taxpayers Federation felt that the threshold should be lower than that of British Columbia, but that it should be achieved in each constituency in order to balance the policy ambitions of rural and urban voters. I know that that's not what this amendment is about, but that the threshold should be lower. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation all agreed that the maximum period of collecting signatures on a recall petition should be 90 days from the day the petition was issued, which is longer than the 60-day limit in BC's recall model and longer than the 60-day limit in this current legislation. So, Madam Chair, again, it's clear the Canadian Taxpayers Federation, like this side of the Assembly, supports recall, supports empowering our citizens, but wants something that's more effective than what this government has delivered. So please support this amendment. Thank you.
Anyone else? The Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley.
Yes, I just wanted to make just a couple more comments here. There was discussion on the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee on Citizens Initiatives and Recall, and there was some, I guess, suggestion that maybe some MLAs didn't take an opportunity to make submissions to that committee. And I do want to point out that when you look at the list of submitters, there is not one single MLA, none, zero. And why that is because MLAs have the privilege of making amendments here and now on Committee of the Whole. There is a list of names of submitters, and you know what the vast majority have in common? They're private citizens, or they lead advocacy groups, or they're former elected officials, or from other levels of government, municipal or federal. None of them are MLAs, because that's why we have this opportunity right here in Committee of the Whole. And as far as this vote to have a vote, not one of the submitters recommended this process to the committee, not one. Party members did not recommend the vote to have a vote. The CTF didn't recommend to have a vote to have a vote. In fact, they suggested that it shouldn't be an onerous process. And obviously, this vote to have a vote adds to the onerousness of the process. And we know that the BC government doesn't have this in their this process, the vote to have a vote in their process. So I submit to you and to everyone here today that this amendment is a very reasonable amendment. It makes sense. It takes away the opportunity to have more protection for MLAs than others. And I suggest that we all should pass this and make this process less onerous and more accountable for Albertans.
The other members wishing to speak, seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley. All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. Amendment appears to be defeated. A division has been called. Honourable members wishing to vote online, please join in now. Ring the bells. Honorable members, a division has been called on Amendment A1 as moved by the Honorable Member for Central Peace Notley. All those in the chamber who are in favor, please stand.
Mr. Dang. Mr. Barnes, Member Phillips, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Lowen.
All those in the chamber who are opposed, please stand.
The Honorable Mr. Madhu, the Honorable Mr. Panda, the Honorable Mr. Taves, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, the Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Amory, the Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honorable Mr. Nally, Mr. Scow, Mr. Yassin, the Honorable Ms. Schultz, Ms. Armstrong-Humanock, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Newdorf, Mr. Horner, Mr. Nixon, the Honorable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honorable Mr. Copping, Ms. Furr, Mr. Jones, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Long, the Honorable Mrs. Ahir.
Honorable members, we will now do a roll call alphabetically by last name for those members joining us online. When you hear your name called, please unmute your mic, state your vote loudly and clearly, remute your mic, and keep your camera on for the whole duration of the vote, while members in the chamber sit here very silently so the clerks can call their names.
Mrs. Ahir, or Mrs. Allard.
Opposed.
Mr. Getson.
Against.
Mr. Godfrey.
Opposed.
Mr. Guthrie.
Opposed.
Ms. Rosen.
Opposed.
Mr. Yao.
Unopposed.
Are there any others wishing to vote that have not yet done so? Hearing none.
Madam Chair, total for the amendment 9, total against 33.
Honorable members, that amendment has been defeated. Before members leave, let me get another speaker up on Bill 52 in Committee of the Whole. Any members wishing to join debate? The Honorable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Chair. It's my pleasure to add my voice to the debate on Bill 52, the Recall Act. And as has been discussed already in this House, this bill creates a process that could lead to the recall of an elected official, including members of this legislature, municipal officials, and school trustees also. So I guess, I have the honor now for 2 terms. I've been representative of Edmonton Riverview. And I must say, certainly right now, this is not, recall legislation is not something that I hear about from my constituents. It's not a concern for them. They haven't, brought this up to me. I meet with my constituents on a regular basis. Certainly they contact me through email or phone calls or Zoom meetings, all those ways. And certainly at this time, in Alberta's history, in the time of a COVID pandemic, in the time of an economic downturn, in the time of many concerns, this is not one of them, certainly for my constituents. So I'm just wanting that on the record. And I would say that what my constituents are most concerned about is jobs. And that's something that I know that we in the NDP caucus are very concerned about too. And unfortunately, the UCP government is prioritizing recall legislation instead of having a robust jobs plan, instead of addressing the concerns of very high unemployment, high long-term unemployment, which is when you've been looking for work for over a year and haven't been able to find a job, and how devastating that is for people. This is where the UCP government should be focusing their attention. I think, recall legislation is certainly down the priority list for my constituents in Edmonton Riverview, and they care more about, jobs, that this is what we need, and they need to, they want our government, the UCP government, to work on that. They want them to look at legislation that would support women, especially because we know women have been negatively impacted, certainly during COVID, with people being laid off. A lot of women work in the service sector, for example, and it's referred to as a she session, that it is like a recession for women, and we have not recovered, and that is going on. So these are the priorities, but unfortunately, the UCP government is deeming this more of a priority, the Recall Act, but I just want you to know that's not true for the residents of Edmonton Riverview. I also think that certainly residents of Edmonton Riverview are concerned about many other things that this government is doing, like, the curriculum. I hear about that every day, and oftentimes from multiple constituents, because that is a priority and that is a real concern of what the UCP government is doing regarding the curriculum in Alberta. And so recall legislation is not something that is, at the top of the list for Edmonton Riverview constituents. Other significant concerns that I hear about continually are issues in continuing care. And I hear about those from the residents in Edmonton Riverview, but also across the province, as I'm the critic for seniors in housing. And we know that 1,250 residents, I think it's higher than that now, have died in continuing care. And so the government, this is an opportunity for them to really move and support residents to be well cared for. Put in some standards like, certainly experts say 4 hours of direct service for residents, which they're not getting now. And so these are the things I'm hearing in Edmonton Riverview regarding what my constituents want the focus of this government to be, not on recall legislation. There's much bigger issues at stake right now. Certainly we have, we talked today about this in the media, just about the opioid crisis, where 4 people are dying a day from overdoses in this province. Again, that is another priority, certainly for our caucus, and it's extremely sad that this government is not seeing that as a priority, and instead we are debating recall legislation. And with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to bring forward an amendment.
Honourable members, this will be known as Amendment A2. Honourable member, please proceed and note you're moving on behalf of another member.
Yes, I'm bringing this amendment forward on behalf of the member from Edmonton Manning, and she moves that Bill 52, a Recall Act, be amended in Section 72 by striking out on proclamation and substituting on July 31st, 2021. So it's a short amendment, but I think a very important amendment to this legislation. According to the legislation as is written now, the current coming into force is on proclamation. And we want to, of course, change that to a specific date to ensure that there is enough time from the coming into force of the bill to allow the recall process to proceed successfully before the next provincial election. We still have, little a little less than 2 years to the next election, so that's a lot of time, and certainly the government has seen fit to bring forward this bill. They're very concerned about recall, as I sort of talked about before. They've made it a big priority over jobs, over the continuing care system, over curriculum, making all those things more important. So at least let's have it enacted, on a specific date, so that it can actually be implemented, so that this government is actually held accountable, and that the members of this government and the members of us, too, in the opposition, have to be accountable, for the legislation to have some integrity, creating legislation that's not going to apply to the government, I think that's really is a mistake, and that's why this amendment will make it so that the government would be accountable, and in so doing have some integrity, which it seems to be sadly lacking at the moment. So specifically, the changes that we're asking for in this amendment is that the coming into force date, instead of being proclamation, will be July 31st, 2021. Decreases the discretion of the Premier and the UCP to proclaim and enact the bill at a time that is electorally expedient for them. So we really want to just make sure that Albertans can be able to recall MLAs, within this mandate that we all are in right now. And that will allow for more accountability that Albertans would seek in a bill such as this. So, I guess this is why I'm bringing forward this amendment on behalf of the member for Edmonton Manning, so that, this bill has more integrity, and this government can be accountable for what's going on for it. And really, I can certainly appreciate why Albertans right now would like to recall the UCP government, certainly UCP MLAs. We have, we have scandal after scandal that we are hearing about in the media, and certainly multiple political polls are confirming that Albertans are not happy. I think most recently, our Premier is at the very bottom of the approval list for all premiers across the province. So, perhaps this is timely that the UCP bring this in, because I think Alberta voters want to hold them to account. And so this amendment would give Albertans an opportunity to do that. And certainly other things, we all know about this, but I'll just say them for the record. Certainly the integrity of this government is in question when we think about Aloha Gate, the Sky Palace dinner. Today we're hearing about secret dinners that the Premier, senior cabinet ministers, and staff in the government are attending, where the orders of the chief medical officer are disregarded. So, certainly as an Albertan, as a voter myself, this deeply concerns me, and I want to be proud of my government. I want to be proud my, government has integrity, and that they're upholding those orders. Certainly all of us have, and the vast, vast majority of Albertans have really sacrificed during COVID-19 for the good of all. We have not had those family gatherings, not traveled, not, eaten out in restaurants, and really respected the orders of the chief medical officer, but yet to have, this government and certainly the senior cabinet just really not include themselves in that. That's extremely elitist, and certainly it's not something that I'm proud of as an Albertan, and I'm very concerned that this government is acting that way. It is an embarrassment. And so this recall legislation would give us the opportunity to actually, help this government be accountable and have some integrity. And if we accept this amendment, then we have a specific date so that it can be enacted so that people, Albertans, can vote on that, before the next provincial election. Because, I think this government needs to be accountable. There's some disturbing things that have happened. It seems like, there's rules for some and rules for others, and I don't know. I don't want to live in a province like that. I feel that we all need to respect, and I think that, the Premier said it himself earlier this week at a press conference, we should hold ourselves as elected officials to a higher standard. But just, I don't know, story after story keeps coming out where that is indeed not being done. So I think that giving it this specific date would give Albertans a chance to use this legislation right now with the MLAs who are currently, elected representatives in this assembly. And, I don't think I'm asking for anything too extraordinary. Certainly in another piece of legislation that's before the House right now, Bill 70, which really profitable continuing care corporations, for-profits, Bill 70 gives them sort of retroactive indemnity back to March 20th, 2020. And so people who are seeking justice because they feel their family members weren't treated well, many lost lives, can no longer really, at a fair level, bring forward lawsuits that already are in the courts. They have to access so much of a higher standard. It's got to be gross negligence now, not just negligence. And that's so unfair. Really, the government is robbing Albertans of justice, and that bill, they changed the date actually to be retroactive all the way back to last March. So having a specific date on this one isn't extraordinary. The UCP government have already, made things important to them, I guess, and to some of their elite friends, the corporations, these multi-billion-dollar corporations that are making profits during a very difficult time. We hear about them getting bonuses and giving their shareholders, large dividends, while, frontline staff don't have the supports they need, don't have the proper PPE. Seniors are being neglected, left alone, sometimes dying alone. So I don't think I'm asking for anything too extraordinary. I think that this is a fair ask, and that this government, to show how integrous they are, they should accept this amendment, because then they also will be accountable with this legislation. It won't come later when perhaps maybe some of them don't run again. We have a whole new system of government. Maybe they won't be government next time. But yet they've done some things right now that I think a lot of Albertans would like to recall them for. So I think having this specific date in this amendment, moving it to July 31st, 2021, would really go a long way to making this legislation applicable to the current members sitting in this legislature. And so I really encourage all members of this assembly to vote in favor of the amendment. Thank you.
Merci. Honourable Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quickly, I just wanted to put on the record that this is the sort of amendment that sometimes makes you feel what really is the goal of the members opposite. To be clear, as I said in my earlier remarks, the members opposite never supported the idea of recall legislation. That is why you will not find it in any of their platform. That is why they have never campaigned on it. And that is why when it was first raised in this particular house, they did not support it. In fact, the leader of the opposition was quoted as saying when this bill was introduced, recall sounds good in theory, but it actually can be a very disruptive and often exploitive process. That's all you need to know. They don't believe in recall legislation. They don't believe in the power of the people to be able to democratically exercise their right. They are at the heart of their worry with this piece of legislation is their paranoia about what would happen should the people come out en masse to vote. So whilst this amendment speaks to the gallery, you ask yourself if they really wanted a recall legislation now, today, tomorrow, July 31st. If they wanted that, ask yourself, why is it that they have, throughout their history in this particular province, they have never supported the concept of a recall? And so I will urge all members of this assembly to vote down this amendment because it adds nothing. The bill before you indicates that it would pass on proclamation. Section 72 of the Act at page 77 says this Act comes into force on proclamation. And it will be proclaimed. And if you take a look at the legislation that we have laid out, it has time periods for certain things to happen. On election result, there is a prohibited period, 18 months after election result. A petition, application, 7 days processing period. Issuance of recall, 7-day processing period. Canvassing, 60-day canvassing period. Submission and verification, 30-day processing period. With much more, very similar threshold and lower threshold than we had than is in BC. So, Madam Chair and colleagues, I will urge all members of this particular assembly that this is a waste of time tonight, and I will urge all of us to vote down this amendment.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Amendment A2? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment A2 is moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Rutherford on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no.
No.
That amendment has been defeated. A division has been called. For those joining online, please log in now. Ring the bells.
Thank you, honourable members. A division has been called on Amendment A2 as moved by the honourable member for Edmonton Riverview, I believe, on behalf of the member for Edmonton Manning. All those members in the chamber who are in favor of the amendment, please rise.
Mr. Dang, Mr. Barnes, Member Phillips, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Sigurdsson.
All those members in the chamber opposed to the amendment, please rise and be counted.
The Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, the Honourable Mr. Taves, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, the Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Nally, Mr. Scow, Mr. Yassin, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Armstrong-Humanock, Ms. Lovely, the Honourable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Horner, Mr. Nixon, Ms. Furr, Ms. Goodridge, Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Copping, Mr. Jones. Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Long, the Honourable Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Rain.
Thank you, honourable members. We will now do a roll call alphabetically by last name of those members participating remotely. When you hear your name, please unmute your mic and state your vote loudly and clearly for or against the amendment. Once you finish voting, please re-mute your mic. Remember to leave your cameras on for the duration of the vote, and all members in the chamber must remain in their seats for the duration of this portion of the vote.
Mrs. Allard.
Opposed.
Mr. Getson.
Opposed.
Mr. Gottfried.
Opposed.
Mr. Guthrie.
Opposed.
Ms. Rosen.
Opposed.
Mr. Yao.
An emphatic no.
All right, if you did not hear your name, please unmute your mic now and identify yourself to be recorded for the vote. Hearing none.
Mr. Chair, total for the amendment 8, total against 35.
Honourable members, the amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill, Bill 52, Recall Act. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I believe I see the honourable member for Edmonton South has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to rise today and speak to Bill 52, the Recall Act. And Mr. Chair, I want to be very clear. I think that at this time, this is a bill that it is not a priority for Albertans unless those Albertans are looking to recall this premier. But Mr. Chair, I think that it's important that if Albertans want to be able to recall their elected officials, and if the politicians want to be able to recall politicians, that we make sure it's something that's actually accessible. And I mean, to be frank, it's a little bit disappointing that we are spending such a considerable amount of time tonight when this government could have been focused on getting Albertans back to work. Of course, as we know, the 50,000 Albertans lost their jobs because of this government before the pandemic even began, and now I believe there's over 200,000 Albertans that are still looking for work. But Mr. Chair, certainly Albertans today realize that this is the fault of this government, that this is something that the government has failed them on, and this is something that is extraordinarily disappointing. And that would be a reason they might want to recall their politicians. That would be a reason they might want to recall this premier, that they would want to recall members in this place. But Mr. Chair, I think that we need to make sure that these systems are actually accessible, right? We need to make sure that when these tools are used as they're being proposed, that Albertans would actually be able to successfully recall the politicians if that was the intent. Now, Mr. Chair, we've seen in other jurisdictions, particularly in British Columbia, that there have been no successful instances of recall. Right? There was one instance where it appeared as though an MLA may be recalled, and instead that MLA chose to resign. So, Mr. Chair, it's very clear that the government has made it nearly impossible to be recalled. And of course, Mr. Chair, I couldn't blame them for that. I mean, if I was in the Premier's seat right now, I'd be a little bit worried about getting recalled as well. I'd be a little bit worried about the very low popularity numbers. I know that there were some polls released just today that shows very troubling numbers for the Premier and for the government caucus across the entire province, but particularly in Calgary, Mr. Chair. And as the Premier, of course, holds a seat in Calgary, I think if I was a Premier, I would be concerned about this as well. And if I was a cabinet minister from Calgary or a backbencher from Calgary, I would be concerned about this as well. But certainly I think that we need to make it accessible for politicians to be recalled in this province. And with that, I do have an amendment I'd like to introduce.
Thank you, Honourable Member. For those members in the House who would like to receive a copy of the amendment, feel free to put up your hand. It will be delivered. There will also be copies at on the tables beside the doors. I assume that the Honourable Member has probably already put in place that there will be an emailed copy to the table. I'm seeing a nod. This will, for the benefit of all those listening, be referred to as Amendment A3. If the Honourable Member for Edmonton South could please read it in for the record and then continue with comments should he choose to.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would move that Bill 52, the Recall Act, be amended in Section 8 by striking out 40% wherever it occurs and substituting 25%. So, Mr. Chair, I think that this is a fairly straightforward amendment. The threshold to recall an MLA is a petition representing 40% of eligible voters in that constituency. And as we know, that threshold is basically inaccessible. With a threshold that high, recall attempts fail in the majority of times, and instead we see successful recalls in the 20 to 25% range. And Mr. Chair, we know that during the Special Select Democratic Accountability Committee, that all members of that assembly of that committee approved a threshold of up to 40%, right? So it wasn't a minimum of 40%, it was a maximum of 40%. So I think it is possible and that we would be able to agree a lower threshold would be allowable. And 25% makes sense because, Mr. Chair, if perhaps you lived in the member for Lesser Slave Lakes riding, perhaps, and you saw the member for Lesser Slave Lake traveling internationally, and then you saw the Premier remove the member for Lesser Slave Lake from his caucus, you might be thinking, as a constituent, that you deserve better representation within the government. And one way to do that would be to recall your MLA and have a new by-election so that you could elect somebody into the government caucus, right? You could elect somebody who would actually represent you, who would actually do their job and support you. And Mr. Chair, I think that certainly is something that I would encourage members to support because we think that it is important that politicians are effective in this place and that politicians are accountable to their constituents. So if the Premier is serious and sincere about bringing in recall, if the Premier is serious about letting Albertans have their voice and is serious about having Albertans have access to direct democracy against their elected officials, then I think this is a no-brainer. We've seen in other jurisdictions, like I said, that it simply does not happen, that 40% thresholds get met very often or even at all. And while that might be a comfort to UCP MLAs in Calgary right now, I think that in the interest of good policy, that we should make it accessible for Albertans to perform this if that is the intent of this legislation. With that, I hope all members of the Assembly will support this. Like I said before, it unfortunately is not something that creates new jobs, but certainly it can give something for those 200,000 Albertans to rally around who are unemployed right now as they watch the Premier and this Cabinet and this UCP government flounder. So thank you very much.
The Honourable Member, are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Minister of Justice has risen.
Thank you, Madam, Mr. Chair. Again, this is the hypocrisy that we see from the members opposite, advocating for something that in an amendment to government bill, a bill that they would never, ever put forward before the floor of this assembly. That's really what we're seeing here tonight. You know, the members opposite were in charge of a government and a province at a time when there were so many contentious issues on broad public policy, contentious, that Albertans were coming to the steps of this assembly to protest against all kinds of their policies, ranging from Bill 6 to carbon tax to debt and deficits that were in the billions of dollars to, job losses that we have never seen before in the history of our province. 180,000 Albertans were unemployed during the currency of the government that the members opposite presided over. And throughout that particular period, they never, for once, despite calls by citizens to put forward the type of legislation that we on this particular side of the aisle is debating here tonight, did nothing. It was all cricket. Instead, they derided Albertans and called them all kinds of names. They called us sewer rat and nut bars and all kinds of derogatory names, just simply because Albertans were asking that their own government listens to them. We have put forward a bill in accordance with the commitment that we made to Albertans that it will be modeled after the legislation in BC. In BC, and right now you can do a search, online search. What is the threshold in BC? It will tell you 40%. That's what it will tell you. 40%, by the way, in a province that is also governed by their sister political party in BC. And that government there have not put forward an amendment to this particular act in BC to change that particular threshold. And that's what we have come to be accustomed with the NDP. They only want to play to the gallery. They only want to play to the gallery. They speak to the camera, hoping to get clips for Facebook and Twitter. You would think that they would want to write in a law this particular amendment, knowing fully well that they wouldn't. Otherwise, they would have done that. So, Mr. Chair, I do not want to waste my time on this amendment, and I urge all members to simply vote down this amendment.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the amendment brought forward. I, for one, will be supporting it. I, for one, will be acknowledging and recognizing what the UCP members voted for at the fall virtual AGM 2020. Policy number 19, I understand it passed by over a 75% confirmation, asks that to have an effective recall legislation that will require gathering signatures from 50% plus one of the total number of voters who voted in the constituency in the last provincial election. Now we're sort of talking apples and oranges here, because the way the UCP government wrote the law is, of course, it's 40% of the electoral list. And we know that in provincial elections, approximately 55% of the turnout is normal. In my 3 elections, I believe that all 3 times it's been 53 to 56%. So half of those eligible to vote of the 50 is around, so half, if only half vote, and the members, 75% of the UCP members asked for 50% plus 1 of those that voted, that's pretty consistent with this honourable member's amendment of 25% of the electoral list. So, Mr. Chair, I again am amazed at the government's desire not to listen to the members that voted 75% overwhelmingly for recall legislation like this. I'm amazed at the ability to forget what servant leadership means, and I thank and I acknowledge the opposition colleague that brought this forward, and I, for one, will be supporting it.
The honourable member, are there any other members wishing to join debate on A3? Seeing none, I am prepared to ask the question. On amendment A3, as proposed by the honourable member for Edmonton South, all those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Any opposed to the amendment, please say no. No. I believe that amendment is defeated. Division has been called. For those members wishing to vote remotely, please join the Microsoft Teams meeting and keep your cameras on at all times. Call in the members. Honourable members, a division has been called on Amendment A3 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton South. All those members in the chamber who are in favour of the amendment, please rise and be counted.
Mr. Dang, Mr. Barnes, Member Phillips, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Sigurdsson, Mr. Lowen.
Thank you. All those members in the chamber opposed to Amendment A3, please rise and be counted.
The Honourable Mr. Madhu, the Honourable Mr. Panda, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, the Honourable Mr. Taves, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Rutherford, the Honourable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Amory, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honourable Mr. Nally, Mr. Scow, Mr. Yassin, Mr. Neudorf, Ms. Armstrong-Homenuck, Ms. Lovely, the Honourable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Horner, Mr. Nixon, Ms. Furr, Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honourable Mr. Copping, Mr. Jones. Mr. Hanson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Long, the Honourable Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Rain.
Thank you. We will now do a roll call vote, alphabetical, by the last name of those members who are participating remotely online. When you hear your name called, please unmute your mic and state your vote loudly and clearly, either for or against the amendment. Once you finish voting, please remute your mic. Remember to leave your cameras on for the duration of the vote. And then also, all members in the chamber, please remain in your seats as well.
Mrs. Allard.
Opposed.
Mr. Getson.
Opposed.
Mr. Godfrey. Mr. Guthrie.
Opposed.
Ms. Rosen.
Opposed.
Mr. Van Dyken.
Opposed.
Mr. Yao.
Opposed.
Yeah, Mr. Godfrey.
I'll give him a chance. If you did not hear your name called, please unmute your mic now and identify yourself to be recognized to vote. Hearing none.
Mr. Chair, total for the amendment 9, total against 33.
That amendment A3 is defeated. We are now back onto the main bill, Bill 52. I see the honourable member for Calgary North has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to rise in this House today among my democratically elected colleagues to speak about Bill 52, the Recall Act, proposed by the Honourable Minister of Justice and Solicitor General. I am proud and grateful that I live in a country that allows us to speak our minds and stand up for what we believe in. This province was built by the people, and it is the residents of Alberta who have the power to elect, and if this House wills it, the power to unelect a representative. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, Our government ran on a promise to strengthen democracy. By allowing Albertans to hold their elected officials accountable, this bill will help us achieve our campaign promise. This representative could be an elected official like an MLA, municipal officials, and school board trustees. Under the proposed act, the recall of an elected official becomes an option 18 months after the respective provincial, municipal, or school board election. It is important for Albertans to know the process of how a recall act should proceed. If Albertans feel the MLA in their constituency is not upholding their responsibilities, they can apply to Chief Electoral Officer to start a petition. After the signatures have been collected, the Albertans would then have 60 days to gather signatures from 40% of the eligible voters in the relevant constituency. The Albertan who fill the petition, known as the applicant, can have volunteers called canvassers who must also be resident of that constituency to assist them in gathering signatures. Once these signatures are gathered, they would be submitted to the Chief Electoral Officer, who would ensure signatures are valid and the petition has reached the minimum threshold of 40%. If the petition is successful, the voters in the constituency would vote to decide if there should be a recall. If this vote is successful, the MLA in question would be removed and a by-election would be held. In terms of recalling municipal officials, the process is very similar, except the applicant would notify the Chief Administrative Officer in their municipality. For recalling of school board officials, the applicant must apply to the Secretary of the School Board, and the applicant is given 120 days to gather signatures from eligible voters that represent 40% of the eligible voters in that school district. If this petition is successful, the official is removed and the school board would decide if a by-election is necessary. Mr. Chair, our neighbors to the west, British Columbia, is the only Canadian province with legislation allowing citizens recall of a provincial official. Interestingly, there is also no federal legislation that allows for the recall of a member of parliament. Bill 52, if passed, will strengthen Alberta's democratic system and uphold accountability among elected members by providing Albertans the ability to recall municipal, school board, and provincial officials. Providing Albertans the opportunity and the ability to recall its elected official is an incredibly important piece of legislation, and one that should not be taken lightly. Lastly, I want to thank for the members from Drayton Valley for pioneering this idea, and the Premier and the Minister of Justice for advocating and introducing it in the legislation. This act is ambitious, and it will help strengthen our democracy and accountability here in Alberta. I look forward to supporting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any other members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to rise this evening to speak for the first time on Bill 52, the Recall Act. You know, it's been an interesting debate so far this evening. And I had to put that emphasis on that I was speaking to this bill for the very first time. I haven't had the opportunity thus yet. So I find it, I guess, confusing that the Minister of Justice would seem to surmise that somehow I'm not interested in recall legislation, that I'm not in favor of recall legislation because I haven't said anything to it yet. But I suppose that could probably be just categorized in our discussion earlier in the 30th legislature around the words may, will, and shall, and whether those are actually the same or not. But I suppose, as I've listened to the debate, and I've heard it brought up multiple times by the Minister of Justice, that recall wasn't in the NDP platform. And so I guess making that leap to I don't support it, I'm not interested in it, I suppose we'll have to go with that. But you know what, it's interesting, because when I looked at the UCP platform, do you know what wasn't in there with recall legislation? Was Albertans' utility bills going up. I didn't see that in there with recall legislation. What I also didn't see in there with recall legislation was their insurance premiums going up, Mr. Speaker. That seemed to be a little bit absent from the platform. You know, tuition and student loans going up. I didn't see that located anywhere in there along with recall legislation in the UCP platform. Access to affordable childcare and early learning, you know, and those expenses going up, and the ability for parents to get access to that definitely was not in the UCP platform along with recall legislation. So when I hear some of these things about, well, that wasn't in your platform, you might want to be careful, because there's a lot of things that have been moved forward by this government that wasn't in their platform. And Albertans are literally paying for it right now. But when I do look at Bill 52 and what's contained in it, it does seem like a piece of legislation that's lacking a little bit. And so, you know, we've seen some discussion tonight about the steps for different elected officials to be recalled. You know, one of the biggest emphasis I've heard right from even before the election was red tape. We're going to remove red tape. We're going to make things better, faster. Well, that extra step to remove an MLA from this House would actually be considered red tape, because it's an extra step. It's going to cost Albertans money to be able to do that, just to go and then vote again. So, you know, that one's not adding up. I would suggest maybe you want to check with the Associate Minister of Red Tape and see, you know, if that kind of runs a little bit counterproductive to his mandate of reducing red tape. You know, we've seen some changes about, proposed about an in-force date. I was quite amused with the Minister of Justice talking about how the opposition is worried about recall legislation, that it threatens our jobs, or something like that as MLAs. So naturally, I was flabbergasted when I stood in favor of an enforced date, and the Minister of Justice said no. I would have thought he'd have taken that one right then and there, because, well, if my job is at such risk, having this come into force right away, and the people of Edmonton Decor exercising their ability to recall me, I would have thought would have been very much in his best interests. So I was surprised by that. And so, again, as I look at Bill 52, one of the next things that I see is a lack of information around the money. Now, when I served in the 29th legislature, I sat on the Select Special Ethics and Accountability Committee. And one of the things that the committee was looking after was, not only the whistleblower legislation, we were also looking at the Elections Act and the Elections Financing Act. To say that that committee was an adventure is probably an understatement. I even remember a time when opposition members walked out of the meeting because they felt that the government and the government members weren't being forthcoming. We were too rigid. We didn't want to accept any amendments by members opposite, and constantly complaining about how we're arbitrarily picking these numbers out of the air. So when I look at Bill 52, I see that there's no thresholds when it comes to the money, and that will be put in regulations. Based on my experience through that committee, had rules been reversed, those members probably would have walked out of the meeting again, because those weren't being put into legislation. All we're saying is make the whole process about the people, not about a few individuals' pocketbooks. And so my hope is that we can establish some limits, and I think we can go by currently what the limits are here in the province of Alberta to ensure that it's, well, quite frankly, about the ideas and not about the money when it comes to recalling an elected official. And so with that, Mr. Chair, I do have an amendment to propose. I will pass these forward to you, and I will await your instructions.
All right, honorable members, this amendment will be referred to as A4 for the purposes of debate. If you would like a copy of it, please raise your hand. One will be delivered to you. There will also be copies at the tables at both doors. I assume a copy is being sent to the desk as well, or to the table. I see the length of it, so I'll give you the option whether you so choose to read it fully in for the record or just give us the intent of the bill, or sorry, intent of Amendment A4. And then, of course, as stated, members can get a copy of it as well. Please, if the honourable member for Edmonton Decor could please continue with your comments, should you choose to.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that. So on behalf of the member from Edmonton Manning, to move that Bill 52, the Recall Act, be amended as follows. A, by striking out Section 11, sub 3, and substituting the following. 3, the total amount of all contributions by an individual to an authorized participant in respect of a recall petition shall not exceed $4,000, as adjusted in accordance with Section 12, sub 1.1. B, by adding the following after Section 12, sub 1, 1.1, Section 41.5 of the Elections, Finance, and Contributions Disclosure Act applies with all necessary modifications to the amounts referred to in Sections 11, sub 3, and 13. C, by striking out Section 13 and substituting the following. 13, an authorized participant shall not incur recall expenses in the respect of a recall petition that exceed in the aggregate $50,000 as adjusted in accordance with Section 12, sub 1.1. D, by striking out Sections 14, sub 2N and P. E, by striking out Sections 16, sub 3 and substituting the following. 3, the total amount of all contributions by an individual to an authorized participant in respect of a recall vote shall not exceed $4,000 as adjusted in accordance with Section 17, sub 2. F, by renumbering Sections 17 as Section 17, sub 1, and by adding the following immediately after Section 17, sub 1. 2, Section 41.5, the Elections, Finance, and Contributions Disclosure Act applies with all necessary modifications to the amounts referred to in Section 16, sub 3 and 18. G, by striking out section 18 and substituting the following. 18, an authorized participant shall not incur recall expenses in the respect of a recall petition that exceed in the aggregate $50,000 as adjusted in accordance with section 17.2. And finally, H, by striking out sections 21 sub 2I and J. The whole purpose of this amendment, Mr. Chair, is to provide numbers and clarity to Albertans. They will know right from the hop, should this bill succeed in passing in this House. Of course, I would never, ever presuppose the decision of the House. But should that happen, Albertans will be able to look at this right from the hop and know what the limits are. They're clearly defined. It's not one of these waiting games of, well, we'll put it together in regulations, and it drags on, it drags on, it drags on, and then eventually all of a sudden they show up, probably with no fanfare whatsoever, and a lot of money will be able to be pumped into a recall petition. And so they know right from the beginning where they stand, what they have to do, what they're allowed to do, what they're not allowed to do, and all the rules are right there for the reading. So my hope is that members of this House will accept this amendment. I'm always hopeful, like the member for Highlands Norwood, that we get an opportunity to provide actual clarity and transparency to Albertans, something that I've unfortunately not seen on a lot of occasions. And this would be an opportunity to change the channel on that narrative. There's a lot going on right now, and I think by accepting this amendment, Albertans might be a little bit more willing and forgiving, quite honestly, of some of the things that have happened here before. But again, we have a bill that's lacking a little bit. Let's add that little bit, and perhaps maybe then I will be even more enthusiastically in favor of recall legislation, so that Albertans, if they find that their elected representative is not doing the job, then they have the ability to recall that individual. But I guess as the debate proceeds, we'll see what happens. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I see the Honourable Minister of Justice has risen on Amendment A4.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to thank the member from Edmonton Decor for rising to speak to his proposed amendment. But Mr. Chair, I can assure that this amendment that's been put forward by a member from Edmonton Decor on behalf of the member from Edmonton Manning is really much ado about nothing. Mr. Chair, the member from Edmonton Decor began, by alluding to the fact that there was allegations that he doesn't support this particular bill, and that is true. The members opposite do not support recall legislation. In 2016, when the member from Bretton Valley, Devon, put forward Bill 201, when that bill was being debated before the floor of this assembly, the member from Edmonton, Decor, had the opportunity to speak on that particular bill. Let me be clear. The member from Edmonton Decor would want you to believe that the members opposite support recall legislation. But this bill has been before this floor before, this assembly before. On that occasion, in 2016, it was an opportunity for the member from Edmonton Decor to express his support to the whole idea of recall. He did not.
Right.
This legislation will pave the way for special interest groups to hijack the political process and create even more political discourse in this province. Quite frankly, quoting the member from Edmonton Decor, quite frankly, this bill distracts from the mandate and the work that is already being done. The member from Edmonton Decor further stated before the floor of this assembly in March of 2016, quote, A minority of people allowed to make decisions for the majority. The member from Edmonton Decor is referring to Albertans. Albertans who have repeatedly called for recall legislation that they are the minority that will be called upon to make decisions on behalf of the majority. So when I say the members opposite are paranoia about Albertans coming out to exercise their democratic right, that is true, factually correct. And the member from Edmonton Decor is confirming this in this quote before this assembly in March of 2016. A minority of people allowed to make decisions for the majority. Again, great news if you are looking to exclude people. That's a member from Edmonton Decor. So everything you've heard from him tonight in tabling this amendment are factually incorrect from what he actually believes. And that is, sadly, the tragedy of the NDP as a political party. Sadly. That's why Albertans can't trust them. And I am confident that by the time we wind down this pandemic, that we would have opportunity to discuss the future of our province with vision. And I am confident that the vast majority of Albertans will reject the NDP across our province because we have been through their road before and it did not pay us. They left us multi-billions of dollars in debt and deficit. The member from Edmonton Decor talks about health care and child care and utility bills and all kinds of bills. They had 4 years. They made life much more expensive for every single Albertan. It doesn't matter the region or the part of the province you live. They racked up debt like crazy that we have never seen before in the history of our province. And they stand here still afraid of the people coming out to exercise their democratic right when in 2016, 2018, Albertans were calling on them to give them, to listen to them. Guess what recall will do? It will force elected officials to listen to Albertans. On this amendment, that is more ado about nothing. This amendment proposes, Mr. Chair, to strike out section 11 sub 3. What does it say? Section 11 sub 3. This is the division 4 of the bill before you, contributions and expenses. In 11 sub 3 says, the total amount of all contributions by an individual to an authorized participant shall not exceed the prescribed amount that applies in respect of that authorized participant or class of authorized participant for the purposes of this division. And for the purposes of this division, what does that mean? It's right there that the Election Act and the Election Finances and Contributions Disclosure Act applies. That is the act that governs election finances in our province. And the only thing that the members opposite, quite frankly, are worried about is the regulation-making powers contained in this particular bill that you will find in virtually every single piece of legislation in our province. That the Lieutenant Governor and Council may make further regulations with respect to certain issues. Standard practice, standard provisions. And that is why I said the members opposite have no interest in debating the substance. And I would very much like them to take up this particular bill, section by section, provision by provision, and let's talk about what it actually means and what it will do in reality. Instead, they are only concerned about clips. Let's make amendments that have nothing to do with the substance. And so that's really is the totality of every single amendment contained in this particular amendment. It says stipulate an amount of money. But guess what? The Election Finances and Contribution Disclosure Act already deals with that particular issue. Election Act deals with the issue. And there is a standard regulation making power that is normally given to the Lieutenant Governor in Council. So that tells you this is much ado about nothing. And on that particular basis, I urge every member of this particular assembly to vote against this much to do nothing amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. We are on Amendment A4. Any members wishing to join? Seeing none. On Amendment A4, as proposed by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Decor on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning, all those in favour of the amendment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. We are back on the main bill. However, I see a division has been called. For those members wishing to vote remotely, please join the Microsoft Teams meeting at this time and keep your cameras on at all times. Calling the members. Honorable members, a division has been called on Amendment A4 as proposed by the Honorable Member for Edmonton Decor on behalf of the Honorable Member for Edmonton Manning. All those members in the chamber who are in favor of Amendment A4, please rise and be counted.
Mr. Dang, Member Phillips, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Sigurdsson.
Thank you, honorable members. All those members opposed to Amendment A4 in the chamber, please rise and be counted.
The Honorable Mr. Madhu, the Honorable Mr. Panda, the Honorable Ms. Schultz, the Honorable Mr. Nixon, the Honorable Mr. Taves, Mr. Yassin, the Honorable Mr. Grecian, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Amory, the Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Scow, the Honorable Mr. Copping, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Armstrong Humanuck, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Horner, Mr. Nixon, Ms. Isaac, Ms. Furr, the Honorable Mr. Nally, Mr. Jones, Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Hanson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Long, the Honorable Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Lowen.
Thank you. We will now do a roll call vote alphabetically by last name of those members who are participating remotely online. When you hear your name called, please unmute your mic and state your vote loudly and clearly for or against the motion, for or against Amendment A4. Once you finish voting, please remute your mic. Remember to leave your camera on for the duration of the vote. Also, all those members in the chamber must remain seated and preferably quiet as well. Honorable, please.
Mrs. Allard.
Opposed.
Mr. Getson.
Opposed.
Ms. Glasgow.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodridge.
Opposed.
Mr. Godfrey.
Opposed.
Mr. Orr.
Opposed.
Mr. Tour.
Opposed.
Mr. Van Dyken.
Opposed.
Mr. Yao.
Opposed.
Thank you. If you're online and you did not hear your name called, please unmute your mic now and identify yourself to be recognized to vote. Hearing none.
Mr. Chair, total for the amendment 7, total against 37.
That amendment is defeated. We are back on the main Bill 52. Are there any members wishing to speak? I see the honorable member for Cypress Medicine Hat has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the opportunity to stand up and present a few more points. I'll be brief. We've talked about how Albertans deserve a recall bill that's more than about virtue signaling, that's more than about checking a box, something that's actually functional. Mr. Chair, setting prohibitively high thresholds for recall of an elected official makes recall possible in theory, but practically absolutely impossible. The British Columbia recall mechanism since 1991 has been mentioned a few times, and this recall bill is mostly a replica of that. But let's be clear, the BC law makes it so difficult to actually recall a politician that despite numerous attempts, it has never been successful. So in 30-some years, the recall bill in British Columbia has never been successful. Makes you wonder why we'd spend all night doing exactly the same thing here in Alberta. Of course, I'm concerned that this legislation introduced in here in Alberta will have that same result. My next concern, though, pertains to the collection period. So with that, Mr. Chair, I would like to make an amendment relating to the collection period. Thank you. There's the original, and I'll keep that one.
Thank you, Honourable Member. As is the case, please raise your hand if you'd like to receive a copy. There will also be copies of this amendment at the tables by the entrances. Just reminding the member to make sure that a copy of the amendment is emailed to the table as well. This will be Amendment A5 for the benefit of all those debating. If the Honourable Member could please read it in for the record and continue with any comments should he choose to. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill 52, the Recall Act, be amended as follows. A, in Section 1, subsection E, 2, by striking out the 60-day period and substituting a 120-day period. B, in Section 7, subsection 1, by striking out 60 days and substituting 120 days. C, in Section 71, subsection 4, in the proposed part 7.1, in Section 240.1, subsection 1, subsection C, by striking out 60-day period and substituting the 120-day period. Thank you, Mr. Chair. The reasons, the rationale, again, as I mentioned in my brief opening remarks, since 1991 in British Columbia, a similar 60-day threshold, zero effectiveness. Let's put in something where Albertans deserve the best laws. Let's give them that opportunity. Let's not recreate red tape and ineffective laws. Secondly, I want to talk about the practicality of 120 days in some of the larger ridings. Cypress Medicine Hat, 300 miles by 300 miles. Let's start collecting those signatures at the Montana, Saskatchewan, Alberta border, where ranches are township size and bigger, where neighbors are 2 to 5 miles spread apart. And again, I'll remind my colleagues tonight that the whole process has to be with in-person signatures. There's be no electronic signatures in this bill. We should keep it as equitable as possible, and to me that means giving all ridings, including our bigger rural ones, the same opportunity to hold their MLAs accountable. Because again, at the end of the day, this is about our ability and our desire to serve Albertans. It takes a while to get the signatures, and of course we have left the threshold at 40% of the electoral. So if that's around 40,000 in the average constituency, it's 16,000 signatures that will have to be gained, and I think a 120-day period is reasonable. When we talked last week about the citizen initiative and the recall bills of the 1990s, Mr. Chair, I want to remind all my colleagues that the bills from the 1990s all were 160 or 180 days, so they had longer periods than the 60 days to just to collect the signatures. So if those were the things to copy, if that was the bills to shoot for, why is this government falling short? Why is this government falling so short? Mr. Chair, I'll again remind you that Policy 19 from the November 2020 UCP virtual AGM, United Conservative Party members voted overwhelmingly, almost 75%, for the citizens of a constituency to have 120 days to collect the signatures. Mr. Chair, I'm pleased that my amendment replicates what the UCP members were asking for. Again, clearly, Albertans are asking for legislation that's more than virtue signaling, for legislation that can be effective and work and give us the opportunity to be the best servant leaders that we can. So, Mr. Chair, with that, I'm going to take my seat and again ask all my colleagues to support my amendment. Let's make the recall bill more than just checking a box. Let's make it so we can also be held accountable. Mr. Chair, that does remind me of one thing. Actually, I just want to point out that although this bill is for school trustees and counselors as well, this amendment will not change that. It will leave their part to 60 days. and it will make our part for MLAs and provincial politicians the 120-day period. Again, I was grateful that the honourable member from Edmonton Whitemud stood up and explained some of the process of being on that committee. I was disappointed to hear that the government again failed in some of their consultation to hear from trustees and municipal councillors to really hear their input on that. But part of the reason why I left that out is because really that's up to them to fine-tune and work with their representation, with their constituents and their voters and the people that have put them there. So to be clear, it just affects the MLA part, the provincial part. It makes us more accountable. It's exactly what UCP members asked for. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood has stood.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to rise and speak. It's always an honor to rise and speak, although I will certainly speak to the member's amendment, but just I must also get on the record just to point out that, I am absolutely inundated day in and day out from correspondence, not just from my constituents, but from folks across this province. And the issues that they're raising for me are health care, the economy, jobs, education, the environment, parks, the list goes on. I have to say, recall is not one that I hear about, and so I just need to get that on the record, and in case I don't get a chance to speak more to this bill, that the things that we could be, the issues we could be dealing with in this chamber could be far more pertinent to many of our constituents' lives. However, it is just interesting to hear the member from Cypress Medicine Hat, give us some insight into UCP party policy and pointing out quite rightly that there was 75% support for 120-day period at their AGM in 2019, I believe he said. And so, I find it intriguing that, for a government and a premier that repeatedly points to policy passed by his party as reason for his decisions, and talks about his mandate, and I think about issues like curriculum and other ones where he's pointed to decisions passed at party conventions, and yet I don't know. There's been a few examples already tonight where clearly he's picking and choosing. So if he is in fact saying that he's appealing to his grassroots and his party members, interesting that he's not being very consistent in that. So maybe I'll see. I'm always happy to be proven wrong, but perhaps some of the UCP government members will support this member's amendment. We will not be supporting this amendment, but I did want to get on the record that I don't see how doubling the time is really going to make a difference. I do acknowledge, of course, as that member pointed out, some of the rural ridings are a whole heck of a lot bigger. So, I would think that argument would help to sway at least some of the members opposite. But for us, we are not in support of this amendment. And so with that, I will conclude my remarks.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join on A5? I see the Honourable Minister of Justice has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me thank the member from Cypress Medicine Hat for this introduction of this amendment, Amendment A5. I think it is the right thing for members to rise to speak to bills before this assembly. So in that particular context, it is a welcome development. But, Mr. Chair, the truth is that this is one of those amendments that you simply have to scratch your head. Where is this coming from? I recognize that a committee of the whole is an opportunity for members to be able to speak to and proffer amendment on bills. But we are talking about the member from Cyprus Medicine Hat that have had the opportunity. This is not the first time he's saying, unlike the members opposite, that saw this particular bill upon introduction, or the recommendations coming from the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee. The member from Cyprus Medicine Hat have had the opportunity to review the policy around this bill. And the member from Cyprus Medicine Hat is also aware that we made a commitment that we would model this particular bill after that of BC. I've always said that we can't eat our cake and have it. We can't speak from two sides of our mouth. We can't say on one hand that this bill have more restriction than the bill in BC, and then on another breath said that the bill in BC is more restrictive. It will make it impossible. The truth is, citizens of BC have utilized their bill, their act, to attempt to recall their MLAs. It is entirely a different question as whether or not that was successful. I am proud to live in a province that values their citizens, that it is the right thing to do to give them the power to be able to hold their MLAs to account, their elected officials on all levels to account. I am also confident that if the citizens of Edmonton Southwest, if the residents of Edmonton Southwest conclude that are no longer serve their interest and that recall is an option, I am confident that under the bill that we have put forward, that they would be able to get that done. I am confident about that. And I'm confident that if there are citizens across our province in any constituency that feels that their MLAs or elected leaders are not representing them under this particular bill, they should be able to do that. But at the same time, I must caution that members are elected by the people. We must strike the right balance, giving them the tools, but ensure that we avoid frivolous campaigns against the people's representatives, elected representatives. The question ultimately is one of where and do you strike the right balance? And I will submit to the member from Cyprus Medicine Hat that we indeed made a public commitment. Elections have consequences. We were clear, transparent about what this bill will entail. In BC, it is 60 days. That is what it is in BC. It is 60 days. That's what we have put forward. I can hear a member from Edmonton, Highland, Howard, heckling. Here is a member who just stood up here and says she doesn't support this particular bill, that their members don't support this particular bill. Because they don't believe in giving people the democratic right to exercise their freedom. I mean, their constitutional right. They don't believe that citizens should hold them to account. They don't believe that. So why should she care about the threshold? It's all fake. She doesn't believe in that. Gotcha politics. That's what she's looking for. That's what the members of the president are looking for. The height of hypocrisy. So, the honorable members, on that particular note, I would urge all members of this assembly to vote down this amendment because it is critically important that Albertans look at us and say, yes, even when they don't agree, but they wouldn't say that we did not do what we committed that we were going to do. And disagreement is all right in political discourse. It's okay to disagree sometimes, but the one thing I would want to be able to say to the people of Edmonton Southwest is that which my party committed to doing, we did it. And that which we publicly committed to was 60 days. It is in Bill 52. So, honorable members, let's vote down this amendment.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. I see the Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley has risen on Amendment A5.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to speak to this amendment on Bill 52, the recall bill. And I want to speak in support of this amendment. And so the Honourable Member asked, where did this come from? And of course, this comes directly from Policy 19 of Member Passed Policy from the UCP Virtual AGM 2020. And of course, since it's member supported, then it's of course grassroots supported. And I think it received over 70% support. So right now we have a pretty high percentage of threshold to get a recall petition to meet the standards, which of course is higher than what the members in Policy 19 requested. And then, of course, we have the vote to have a vote system, which is another barrier to the system working effectively. And if we compare it to BC, of course, you know, BC has the same number of days, but the BC does not have the vote to have a vote. And that protects MLAs in this bill, but not others, other elected officials. So, so I think we can. I don't think there's anything wrong with giving 120 days to do this. It obviously gives an opportunity for constituencies that are large to be able to do this. When we look at the numbers of signatures, and these have to be, of course, not digitally collected or anything. They have to be physical signatures. I think that's you know, makes things, you know, difficult and maybe rightly so to have the physical signatures. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But of course, this is, you know, these thresholds make it hard. And so if I'm just going to read from the last sentence from Policy 19 that passed at the UCP Virtual AGM 2020, this provides a sense of peace and confidence for citizens and increases MLA motivation to more effectively represent the people who elected him or her and less likely to be whipped by the party. So that's from the rationale right from that policy. So I think we can support this amendment. I think it makes sense. We have enough checks and balances in this bill, enough hurdles to jump through that I don't think we have to worry about having frivolous recall initiatives succeeding. And I think we can support this amendment and thereby, you know, listen to our supporters and make something that is effective. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join on A5? Seeing none, on Amendment A5 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat, all those in favor of Amendment A5, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. And I see that a division has been called. For those members wishing to vote remotely, please join the Microsoft Teams meeting and keep your camera on at all times. Calling the members. You're good. Honorable members, a division has been called on Amendment A5 as proposed by the Honorable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat. All those members in the chamber who are in favor of Amendment A5, please rise and be counted.
Mr. Barnes, Mr. Lowen.
All those members in the chamber opposed to Amendment A5, please rise and be counted.
The Honorable Mr. Madhu, the Honorable Mr. Panda, the Honorable Mr. Copping, the Honorable Mr. Taves, the Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Sigurdsson, Mr. Amory, Mr. Yassine, Mr. Scow, Mr. Nixon, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Armstrong-Humanock, Ms. Lovely, Mr. Horner, the Honorable Mrs. Savage, Ms. Isaac, the Honorable Ms. Schultz, Ms. Furr, the Honorable Mr. Nally, Mr. Jones, Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Hanson, Mr. Dang, Member Phillips, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Long, Mr. Smith, the Honorable Mrs. Zahir, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Sigurdsson.
Thank you. We will now do a roll call. Vote alphabetically by last name for all those members who are participating remotely. When you hear your name, please unmute your mic and state your vote loudly for or against Amendment A5. Once you finish voting, please re-mute your mic. Remember to leave your camera on for the duration of the vote, and all those members in the chamber also must stay in their chairs as well.
Ms. Glasgow.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodridge.
Opposed.
Mr. Godfrey.
Opposed.
Mr. Orr.
Opposed.
Mr. Chur.
Opposed.
Thank you. If you did not hear your name, please unmute your mic now and identify yourself to be recognized to vote. Hearing none.
Mr. Chair, total for the amendment 2, total against 38.
That amendment is defeated. We are back on the main bill, Bill 52. I am looking for people to speak. I see the honorable member for Lethbridge West has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise to provide comments to Bill 52, which I believe is my first opportunity to speak to this legislation, Mr. Chair, and so I'll provide a few comments on it. You know, there is no question that in our system, we have a system whereby some people who are in more Republican systems might think, in a parliamentary system, you get a majority and then that's it. You can kind of do whatever you want. And in fact, that's not the case at all. You know, in systems such as we see in the United States, we do actually have to see more what they call bipartisan cooperation, given that party lines are not always as strictly drawn as they are in a Westminster system. And there does need to be an element of negotiation across the floor and so on to be able to get things done. At least historically, this has been the case, less so these days. But there are different kinds of political skills that are required. Certainly people who excel in that American style of a system are those who are very good at negotiating. They're very good at remaining, quite frankly, in a constant state of campaign, given the level of money and the frequency of elections and the type of elections that are held. That is to say, at more levels of not necessarily government, but governmental positions than here. But I think what's lost in that understanding of that, you know, you get elected for 4 years in our system and then you get to do what you want, is what is required of a government over that 4 years, and I think this has only become more so, is a level of calibration to what people want over that 4 years, and a level of listening that I think requires a different kind of very highly skilled political engagement. And certainly we have seen, I think it's fair to say, in the last few months, particularly in Alberta, that, you know, there's a certain sandpaper quality to Alberta politics. And, you know, maintaining that confidence of the electorate is not so simple as simply obtaining that mandate on election night and then going about one's merry way and thinking that one can do whatever one wants. And certainly in the United Kingdom, elsewhere, and here, we do see that, you know, a lot of that negotiation and finely tuned political skill actually has to not only be used vis-a-vis, you know, communicating with the public about what a government is doing and maintaining the confidence of the public, but maintaining the confidence of the House, it becomes increasingly tricky if political leaders overstep what is seen to be by the public the usual norms of good government behavior, and then they find it difficult to maintain the confidence of their own caucus. And that, in fact, or cabinet, and we have seen, both in the United Kingdom and elsewhere, that this, in fact, is the check on power in the Westminster system. That, and it is not so easy so as to just, you know, compel the followership of one's caucus or cabinet, that, in fact, is a very significant and specific political skill that not everyone has. And so that is indeed where a lot of the between elections accountability that this bill seeks is found in the Westminster system. And I think we are seeing right now an object lesson in exactly this, that in fact, if one does not engage with one's caucus and cabinet and ultimately, and also the public, in a way that is demonstrates a good faith desire to be forthright, to you know, do what you say you're going to do in the ways that Ralph Klein in this place was often described. You know, a lot of people would always say, well, you know, you might disagree with him, but at least he did what he said he was going to do. But certainly there is a feeling in Alberta right now that we have strayed significantly from that original path, and quite frankly, originally from a lot of that humility as well. And so, you know, in that context, one can understand that there might be a democratic impetus for such a bill of the Recall Act. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I myself have spent now, will be coming up on 10 years of the New Democrat presence in Lethbridge West and the efforts to get me elected and stay there. And I'm not sure I've ever heard this once. Not even through the great turbulence of the PC leadership races that went into, you know, the 2012 election. It was supposed to be Premier Gary Marr, remember that for a little while? Ended up being Premier Redford, and then between all of that, with all the turbulence, with then was Redford and Hancock and Prentice. Even through all of that, I was knocking on doors the entire time, Mr. Chair, and I don't ever recall recall coming up. I recall people saying, I would like an election, thank you very much, I would like one early. And in fact, they got their wish and they made themselves heard in 2015, for example. But even though I have not specifically heard it, I have knocked on thousands and thousands of doors. Having said that, there might still be democratic impetus behind this. And so therefore, I think it behooves us to then engage with this legislation on its own merits and try to make it better. And so that is what this amendment seeks to do. It seeks to meet this piece of legislation where it is at and seeks in a very small way to just make it a better piece of legislation. And so I hope this amendment is accepted in the spirit in which it is intended. And I would like to move that amendment now, please, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
So how do
Member?
I'll keep one for myself. It, or would you like me to wait until it gets to table?
How long is it?
Sorry?
I'll just give some instructions just because
Oh, okay, yeah.
we're past 11 for the, this is the first amendment since we got to 11. I'll take the rest of those things. Yeah, oh, sorry, yeah, exactly. All right, so as is the normal case, you can put your hands up and receive a copy of the amendment. I will just reiterate, though, the fact that the pages are gone for the night. So keep that in mind because there will be copies available at the tables for all members at the entrances. This will be referred to as Amendment A6 for the purposes of debate. I'm assuming that the honourable member has probably had a copy at least started to be directed to the table electronically as well. If the honourable member could please read it into the record and continue with any comments should you so choose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm moving this on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning. I move that the Recall Act be amended as follows. A, in Section 1(1)(c), subclause I, by adding the word "or" immediately after the recall petition. In Section 2, in subclause II, by striking out the word "or," and in Section III by striking out subclause III. Then in Section B, in Section 14(2) by striking out clause C, and then C in Section 21(2) by striking out clause C. Now, what does that mean? That all sounds very difficult for the tens of people at home who are watching with bated breath on what this amendment actually means. In the recall process, Mr. Chair, there should be two participants. The individual has filed for a recall petition and the MLA subject to said petition. But this bill allows for another person or entity to be prescribed into the regulations. This would mean another person or entity to collect contributions, to spend and advertise on the process. Now, that would be in addition, Mr. Chair, very importantly, to third-party advertisers, because third-party advertisers are laid out in this legislation in Part 3 of the Act. So leaving this in is potentially a little bit confusing, potentially might cause a little bit of cross-threading with the section laying out third-party advertisers. And it may leave too much room to sidestep contribution and expense limits on this bill. So too, it may leave too many ways in which we have people who are, or entities who are not registered or are not covered under the usual expectations of third parties and not already laid out quite extensively within the Act and understood by election participants, MLAs, political parties, candidates, certainly election finance officials as well, and the Chief Electoral Officer. It may introduce an element of uncertainty, and I think in its worst forms, may in fact allow too much undue influence by as yet unprescribed actors within the election finance system. And so, the fact is that campaigns should be very clear on who is collecting contributions, and those definitions should be clearly understood by everyone involved in any kind of election campaign, that there are specific entities or people who are allowed to collect and receipt and otherwise engage in the election financing process. We have to, I think, be very, very attuned to the idea that undue influence by money that is not properly accounted for in the election system is corrosive to democratic norms. It just simply is. And so what we do not want to do is open up yet another group of people, entities who can participate by financial means in an election. Now, it is my view, it's long been my long-held view, that there's only one entity really that can vote, and that is citizens and the people, right? And municipal elections, we often find that I believe permanent residents can also vote. But in our Alberta elections, citizens, right? And so it has always been my view that only citizens should be paying the freight. And it has always been my view that therefore trade unions and registered corporations should not be financing our election process. In my view, every vote matters because every person matters, and it should be up to the people to mark their X and to decide. And so this provides us not just the sanction for third-party advertising of some consequence within the system, but then some other entities as yet unprescribed. And in my view, if the legislature is going to open up the ability to collect and spend money beyond what is already commonly understood as the usual election actors, that should be within the legislation itself and not subsumed to regulation. So just to clean it up, we would like to remove any other prescribed person or entity from the definition of authorized participant. And with that, Mr. Chair, I move the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members? I see the Honourable Member, the Honourable Minister of Justice has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I just wanted to again quickly respond to the amendment put forward by the member from Lethbridge West. And I do, as I have always said, with respect to the bills I have brought forward before this Assembly, to thank all members who are engaged and participating in this particular debate, including, of course, also putting forward amendment. But let me also be blunt that this amendment achieves nothing. This is one of those amendments that, again, you ask yourself, what really is the intent here? This amendment proposed to, in the definition section, determine who is an authorized participant. To be clear, under the current interpretation, Section 1, Sub 1, Sub C, authorized participant in respect of a recall petition or a recall vote means the applicant for the recall petition, two, the member whose electoral division is the subject of a recall petition, or three, any other prescribed person or entity. And then, according to this particular amendment, the member from Lethbridge West would want to strike out Clause C in Section 14, Sub 2. Section 14, Sub 2, C, again deals with the power given to the Lieutenant Governor in Council to prescribe a person or entity to be an authorized participant in respect of a recall petition for the purposes of Section 1 sub C sub 3. And the amendment will also seek to accomplish similar thing with respect to Section 21 sub 2 clause C dealing with recall vote. So recall vote and recall petition and the interpretation section of this particular bill. But the irony is, these are, if you read the totality of that, in law, that's what we call the doctrine of interpretation or the canons of interpretation. And if you really want to get to the actual meaning of a series of sections that is talking about some similar things, you have to read those subsections or sections in a combined manner to get to their actual meaning. And what the members are afraid of is that, the regulation may prescribe other parties. Here is members opposite that were not concerned about a loophole in the Election Finances and Contribution Disclosure Act that they made that allowed their union boss allies to funnel millions, tens of millions of dollars to their campaign. They have never been concerned about that. They put forward during their term as a party in government, they put forward an amendment that dealt with democratic reforms, but not once did you see anything from them that would plug that particular loophole that allowed the Alberta Federation of Labor and the other affiliate of AFL, by the way, written right into their constitution. There is no distinction between the Alberta NDP and the AFL and their affiliates, right in their constitution in Section 7. So they preserved the power of their allies, their constitutional friends, to be able to spend tens of millions of dollars in aid of their individual candidate of the NDP and their political party. But they are, all of a sudden, they are so scared of the powers of the Lieutenant Governor to prescribe any other person via regulation. That's what this amendment is all about. So, Mr. Chair, this is not an amendment that this House should waste its time on, and I urge all members to vote against this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. We are on, Minister, we are on A6. Seeing none. On Amendment A6, as proposed by the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning, all those in favour of Amendment A6, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. And a division has been called. For those members wishing to vote remotely, please join the Microsoft Teams meeting and keep your cameras on at all times. Please call in the members. Good. Honorable members, a division has been called on Amendment A6 as proposed by the Honorable Member for Lethbridge West on behalf of the member for Edmonton Manning. All those members in the chamber who are in favor of the amendment, please rise and be counted.
Mr. Dang, Member Phillips, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Sigurdsson.
Thank you. All those members in the chamber opposed to Amendment A6, please rise and be counted.
The Honorable Mr. Madhu, the Honorable Mr. Panda, the Honorable Mr. Copping, Mr. Nixon, the Honorable Mr. Taves, the Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, the Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Amory, Mr. Yassine, Mr. Scow, the Honorable Mr. Nally, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Armstrong-Hominick, Ms. Lovely, the Honorable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Horner, Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honorable Ms. Schultz, Ms. Furr, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Jones, Mr. Rutherford, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Long, Honorable Mrs. Zahir, Mr. Barnes, Mr. Lowen.
Thank you. We will now do a roll call vote alphabetically by last name for those members participating remotely. When you hear your name, please unmute your mic and state your vote loudly and clearly for or against the amendment. Once you finish voting, please remute your mic. Remember to leave your cameras on for the duration of the vote, and all those members in the chamber must remain seated in their chairs.
Ms. Glasgow.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Gottfried.
Opposed.
Mr. Orr.
Opposed.
Mr. Tour.
Opposed.
All right, if you did not hear your name, please unmute your mic now and identify yourself to be recognized to vote. Hearing none.
Mr. Chair, total for the amendment 7, total against 34.
Amendment A6 is defeated. We are now back on the main bill, Bill 52. I see the honorable member for Cypress Medicine Hat has risen.
Thank you again, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the opportunity once more to rise and talk about Bill 52, the Recall Act. Of course, one of the elements of this bill is that citizens must wait 18 months to start a recall petition. 18 months seems to be fairly arbitrary and seems to be long. So with that, Mr. Chair, I too would like to propose an amendment.
Copy, please raise your hand. There will also be copies at the tables at both entrances. I expect that the honorable member has probably already gotten en route an emailed copy of this amendment for the table. This will be Amendment A7 for the benefit of the debate, and if the honorable member could please read it into the record and then continue with any remarks he should so choose to take.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill 52, the Recall Act, my amendment. Move that Bill 52, the Recall Act, be amended in Section 2, Subsection 5, Subsection A, by striking out the 18-month period and substituting the 12-month period. So, Mr. Chair, I've got 6 reasons why I think 12 months is more appropriate than 18 months. And of course, as this is from the start period, from the day after the election, when can a citizen, when can 40% of the electoral list actually force some democratic accountability. I believe it should be 12 months instead of 18 for the following reasons. First of all, a year is enough time for an MLA to prove themselves. It's about 25% of the election period, of course, and the citizens know a year after the election what they've got as a representative. By that point in time, we as MLAs know more what our obligations and our duties are, and a year is long enough. Secondly, again, for the citizens, a year is long enough for them to wait, to exercise their democratic right, to exercise their opportunity to hold us accountable, and to make sure that expectations are being met, and to make sure that they're in the driver's seat. A third reason, sometimes issues are kept hidden during the election, and they come out immediately after the election. Is it fair to ask Albertans, is it fair to ask our taxpayers, our citizens, to wait a full 18 months before they can begin the recall process? Again, Mr. Chair, I feel strongly that 12 months is ample for that time period. A fourth reason that 12 months is enough, all the bills from the 90s that the Premier spoke of, his hand in writing these and directing them, had a 6-month wait period. All of them, 6 months. So between 6 and 18, 12 seems like more than a fair compromise. The fifth reason, you recall the time frame. We've tried tonight to make this bill more responsive, to make this bill more engaging for citizens to have say in their representative. But I'll just remind everybody of the timelines as it is now. The first thing is 18 months. You've got to wait 18 months before you can start the recall process. If everything goes perfectly with the electoral officer, the petition period is 60 days or 2 months to get, in my case, probably 14 or 15,000 signatures. And then the electoral officer has 6 months after that to call the election on that extra check and balance, that second election, that confirmation election, that vote to have a vote election. There's another 6 months before an MLA is recalled. And then, of course, 6 months after that, if that confirmation, if that vote to have a vote is successful, it's another 6 months before the actual by-election, okay? And Mr. Chair, I'll remind you that the MLA who's being recalled has a full and complete opportunity to run in that by-election. It just means they're more accountable. It doesn't mean it's the end of their career. It means it's an opportunity for them and their citizens to engage. So that's 18 months, 2 months, 6 months, and 6 months. So 32 months. And then, of course, there'll be some time in there where the electoral officer will need to sign things and a process time. So approximately 33 months, almost 3 years. If someone has hidden an issue during the campaign or prior to the election, so it's almost 3 years before this person is recalled. You know, so, Mr. Chair, I just think that if we're going to put in the time and the effort to claim to Albertans that we're putting in good legislation, let's make it as good as possible. And I too just want to read the last phrase from Policy 19, that between 70 and 75% of UCP members passed at our virtual AGM in the fall of 2020. Basically, the idea from the Tabor-Wanner constituency for proper recall, this provides a sense of peace and confidence for citizens and increases MLA motivation to more effectively represent the people who elected them and less likely to be whipped by the party. Mr. Chair, 12 months instead of 18 months reduces what could be a 33-month period down to a 27-month period, still lots of time. It makes this bill slightly more responsive in something that we've been swimming upstream with all night. So with that, Mr. Chair, I will close and I will ask all my honourable colleagues to please support this amendment and make this legislation as effective as possible for 4.4 million Albertans.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate on A7? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a pleasure to rise in committee and speak to the amendment that was just introduced by the member for Cypress Hills Medicine Hat. It is an interesting experience to hear sort of the insight behind perhaps what has been going on at UCP conventions and the policies and resolutions that have been brought forward, just to get a picture, I think, of how far this government has moved from the positions that it claimed to take and what it represented to its members. There seems to be a significant amount of light between what they claimed they would do on many issues, but particularly when it comes to recall, which is a hallmark of their platforms, and what they're actually doing here. And we've had an opportunity to discuss a number of different ways in which Bill 52 does not fulfill that promise of recall by simply seeing that every step of the way this government has made it very difficult actually to recall an elected official, particularly an MLA. And I will say, I'll echo some of the comments made by my colleagues, that I don't hear a lot of talk about recall generally in terms of a pressing issue for my constituents. Although I will say, roughly about 18 months after this government was elected, there seemed to be a renewed interest in recall that was coming from, yes, even my constituents who previously had said they didn't actually agree with recall, but suddenly after watching this government in action for 18 months, they're very interested in recall. And that might explain why there's been an about-face from the position that the government has taken, at least in their terms of their party platform, around recall and what we're actually seeing in terms of Bill 52, in that they are in name putting forward recall legislation, but are certainly making it near impossible once they became clearly evident that the MLAs that are most likely to be recalled are those within the government. Well, they've managed to get around that by making the process near impossible to achieve. That being said, we presented a number of amendments on this side of the House to try to actually get the government to stick to their word, but it is a usually futile process to try to get this government to actually follow through on their commitments and to be true to their word. But that being said, while I have been interested in hearing the arguments from the member from Cypress Hill Medicine Hat with respect to this proposed amendment, I do have to say that I don't support it. I believe that having sat on the committee, the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee, that heard representations from a number of stakeholders who provided their input as to what would be an appropriate waiting period after an election before a recall process or petition could be initiated. There was general consensus, I believe, in that committee, and from what we heard, that 18 months was a reasonable period of time. Now, I admit that there is some element of randomness in terms of picking a number, but I think, particularly when we're talking about newly elected MLAs, I do believe that those MLAs should have an opportunity to do their jobs and to to take positions and to be present in the House and to hear from their constituents and to advocate on those issues. 18 months does seem to be a reasonable amount of time before a petition for recall should be initiated. That was the recommendation that came forward from Elections Alberta. It is the time period that is in the British Columbia legislation around recall. More importantly, I think some of the feedback we heard at that committee was that recall should not be used as a process to redo an election where somebody was simply unhappy with the outcome of the election. It should be based on the performance of that particular MLA, and therefore having it too close to the general election is really just a matter of trying to basically relitigate an election. And I think I would be more persuaded by the idea that we should bring that time period closer to the initial election date if it wasn't for the fact that there's incredible holes in Bill 52 around expenses and contributions and advertising limits. Because right now in Bill 52, there is no specificity around what the contribution limits will be, particularly for third-party advertisers, and it could be seen that the recall process could absolutely be abused as a way by third-party advertisers that have lots of dollars at their disposal to try to basically redo an election that they simply did not like the outcome. So I think there has to be some measures in place considering the gaping hole that is Bill 52 when it comes to those limits on third-party advertisers, something which was very clearly a pressing issue when I sat on that committee and we heard from stakeholders how important those limits were, and yet we have a bill before us that has no prescribed limits. We have to simply wait for regulations, and there will be no opportunity for debate on those regulations in this House. And so it's really opening the door for potentially incredibly amounts of dark money to be behind the scenes on these recall election campaigns. And given that, I'm not comfortable with moving the initiation of a recall petition closer to an election date. I think it will be abused to simply relitigate elections over and over again. So for that reason, I thank the member from Cypress Hill Medicine Hat for his principled explanation as to why he brought forward this amendment. However, I'm unable to support it at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate on Amendment A7? See none. On Amendment A7 as proposed by the Honourable Member for... Pardon me, I actually do believe that there was a member who wished to speak. If the Honourable Member for Central Peace Notley, please, it is your opportunity.
Thank you very much, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to speak, and I'll just take a few minutes. Obviously, I'll be supporting this amendment. The 18-month time period, I think, is maybe an arbitrary number chosen. And when I look at the member passed policy at the UCP virtual AGM 2020, the only time frames they consider are the 120 days to collect signatures, but of course the government turned that one down as an amendment, and then that the CEO would have 60 days within which to call a by-election. So the total time frame that's mentioned and discussed in that policy is actually 6 months. And when we look at what we have here in this bill, we have the 18-month period before a recall petition can be started. We got 2 months to have the petition. We have 6 months to have the vote, and then the actual vote, there's 6 months to have that. And obviously that's a fairly extensive time. I agree with the idea that we don't want recall to be just a redo of the election that just happened. And but I think that the 12-month period is enough of time to take that into consideration and make sure that the recall isn't used to redo the election that just happened. So I think this is a reasonable amendment. Again, we have a kind of an extended time frame already that's being considered in this bill in order for a recall to happen. Obviously, there's the longer this process takes, obviously the more expensive, the more costly, the more red tape that has to happen. Again, since this process started going through Committee of the Whole on this bill, we've tried to find ways to make it more effective and more efficient. And again, this is just one more idea that I feel would help make this more effective and more efficient. So with that, I will concede my time and recommend that everybody support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Are there any members wishing to join debate on Amendment A7? If so, now is the time to rise. Seeing none. On Amendment A7 as proposed by the Honourable Member for Cypress Medicine Hat, all those in favour of Amendment A7, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. We are back on the main bill, Bill 52. Are there any members wishing to join debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Goldbar.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move an amendment to this piece of legislation, please.
Thank you, honorable members. This will be referred to as Amendment A8. As always, if you put up your hand, one will be delivered, taking into account the fact that we don't have pages. So there will also be copies at the tables, at the both entrances. I expect that the honorable member has probably already put in motion an electronic copy sent to the table. If the honorable member could please read the amendment A8 into the record for our benefit, and then continue with any comments should he so choose.
Thank you. On behalf of my friend, the member for Edmonton Manning, I move that Bill 52, the Recall Act, be amended as follows. A, by striking out Section 24, Sub 1, and substituting the following. Sub 1, a registered third party shall not incur recall advertising expenses exceeding $3,000 as adjusted in accordance with Section 43, Sub 1.1 during the recall advertising period. Part B in Section 43, Part I, by adding the following after subsection 1, 1.1, Section 41.5 of the Election Finances and Contributions Disclosure Act applies with all necessary modifications to the amounts referred to in Section 24, Sub 1, and Part 2 in subsection 3 by striking out Clause E. I believe this is a pretty self-explanatory amendment, and I think that anybody who has eyes to read it would vote in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any members wishing to join debate on Amendment A8? Seeing none. On Amendment A8, as proposed by the honorable member for Edmonton Goldbar, on behalf of the honorable member for Edmonton Manning, all those in favor of Amendment A8, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. That amendment is defeated. Division has been called. For those members wishing to vote remotely, please join the Microsoft Teams meeting and keep your cameras on at all times. Call on the members. Honorable members, a division has been called on Amendment A8 as moved by the Honorable Member for Edmonton Goldbar on behalf of the Member for Edmonton Manning. All those in the chamber who are in favor of the amendment, please rise and be counted.
Mr. Dang, Member Phillips, Ms. Pancholi, Member Irwin, Mr. Nielsen, Mr. Schmidt, Ms. Sigurdsson.
Thank you. All members in the chamber who are opposed to Amendment A8, please rise and be counted.
The Honorable Mr. Madhu, the Honorable Mr. Panda, the Honorable Mr. Copping, Mr. Nixon, the Honorable Mr. Taves, Mr. Yassine, the Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Amory, the Honorable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Scow, the Honorable Mr. Nally, Mr. Newdorf, Ms. Armstrong-Homenuk, Ms. Lovely, the Honorable Mrs. Savage, Mr. Horner, Mr. Sigurdsson, the Honorable Ms. Schultz, Ms. Furr, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Jones, Mr. Rutherford. Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Hanson, Mr. Smith, Mr. Long, the Honorable Mrs. Zahir.
Thank you. We will now do a roll call vote alphabetically by last name for those members participating remotely. When you hear your name, please, Honorable Member, order. When you hear your name, please unmute your mic and state your vote loudly and clearly for or against the amendment. Once you finish voting, please remute your mic. Remember to leave the cameras on for the duration of the vote, and all members in the chamber must remain seated in their chairs.
Ms. Glasgow.
Opposed.
Ms. Goodrich.
Opposed.
Mr. Gottfried.
Opposed.
Mr. Orr.
Opposed.
If you did not hear your name, please unmute your mic now and identify yourself to be recognized to vote. Hearing none.
Mr. Chair, total for the amendment 7, total against 31.
That is defeated. We are now back on the original bill, Bill 52. Are there any members wishing to speak to the bill? Are there any members wishing to? If not, I am prepared to ask the question. Are you ready for the question on Bill 52, Recall Act? On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. On the title and the preamble, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried and so ordered. The Committee of the Whole now has before it Bill 69, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2021. Are there any comments, questions, or amendments to be offered with respect to this bill? Seeing none, I am prepared to ask the question. Are you ready for the question on Bill 69, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2021? On the clauses of the bill, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Carried. On the title and the preamble, are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Carried. Shall the bill be reported? Are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. Carried. I can just say it. Yeah. We shall now rise and report. Oh, I do actually see the Deputy Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the committee rise and report Bill 52 and 69.
Have you heard the motion as proposed by the Honourable Government House Leader? Are you agreed? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. The Committee of the Whole shall now rise and report.
Do you want me to do the call?
I see the Honourable Member for Bonneville, Cold Lake, St. Paul has risen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Committee of the Whole has had under consideration certain bills. The committee reports the following bills: Bill 52 and Bill 69. Mr. Speaker, I wish to table copies of all amendments considered by Committee of the Whole on this date for the official records of the Assembly.
Thank you, honourable member. I'll take that. Does the Assembly concur in the report? All those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for third reading, Bill 69, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2021, Honourable Mr. Nixon.
I see the Honourable Minister of Justice has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of the Minister of Environment and Parks, I rise to move third reading of Bill 69, the Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2021. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a bill that is meant to accomplish a housekeeping amendment to several pieces of legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move third reading of Bill 69.
Thank you, honourable member. Are there any members wishing to join debate on Bill 69? Seeing none, give the opportunity to the Deputy Government House Leader to close debate should he wish to.
Will.
Perfect. The Honourable Deputy Government House Leader has moved third reading of Bill 69, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2021. Those in favour of the motion for third reading, please say aye. 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 Any opposed, please say no. Carried.
Bill 69, Miscellaneous Statutes Amendment Act 2021 is now read a third time.
I see the Honourable Minister of Justice has risen.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I do want to thank all members of the Assembly for the time that we've spent today dealing with several pieces of legislation. I do want to thank them for their contributions. With that, Mr. Speaker, I move that the Assembly be adjourned until 9 a.m. Thursday, June 10th, 2021.
Thank you, Honourable Minister. Those members in favour of the motion as proposed by the Honourable Deputy Government House Leader and Minister of Justice, all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. The Assembly stands adjourned until tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
This morning.